this particular thing because it's not mentioning, but we should know that what is all about this. This is Meher Baba's advent and the cycle of time. That means it is including all his previous advents also, right from Zoroaster up to Meher Baba. Then we have Subramaniam and Guru Prasad and Andhra lovers' relationship between this particular period, 59 and 62. Then, if time is permitting, then yesterday we could not have Baba's 1960 visit to Arangaon, which is a very good film, and that covers this particular period. So if we have time, then we will have that video of Baba's visit. Then we have, after lunch break, afternoon session, Eric Solebeki. Now this is in relation to the title of this particular program, which has been going on for last 14 years. This is called as Discovering the Avataric Treasure. So we have not so far discovered any treasure. We have simply talked about Baba's life and work. And Eric Solebeki is coming with that what we have done, what treasures we can discover from those things. And that will lead us to some other thing which we have taken as the homework yesterday. So I think all of us are prepared for that. And before that, our Ward Parks is going to have the second part of Stay with God. And that will be wonderful. Yesterday you have seen how nice it was. So like that, this is there. And then we will end with the second part of the East-West Gathering film. Yesterday we have seen the first part of the East-West Gathering film. And then the formalities, a vote of thanks and other things, and then wishing you a good send-off and invitation for the next session also. So this is how today's proceedings are going to be there. And so now we start with Richard Bloom's presentation, which he has sent in his absentia. So this is online presentation, which we will all enjoy. Patrick, please have this. This is...
Even prior to venturing into a spiritual life, people engage in meditation, something like concentrate on a subject that interests them or on some problem. The second major category is the meditation of a spiritual aspirant. It is divided into two main categories: general meditation, which includes the assimilation of divine truths, and the second category, which is specialized meditation, which selects some definite item of experience. And the third category is Saha Samadhi, or divinity in action. It's that of the perfect masters and the avatar. In the second table, Baba lists in more detail the different types of specialized meditation. We'll look at those in more detail later. So now we'll focus on the spiritual types of meditation, that is, in reading the written expositions of the masters. Baba doesn't provide instructions on how to think philosophically or how to listen to masters, but he does provide a written exposition suitable for meditation. It's entitled The Divine Truths, The Journey of the Soul to the Oversoul. Exposition is mentally revived and thought over constantly. In the third stage, it is quite unnecessary and consecutively, and all discursive thinking about the subject matter comes to an end. At this stage of meditation, the mind is no longer occupied with any train of thought, but has a clear, spontaneous, and intuitive perception of the sublime truths expressed in the exposition. The major topics covered in Baba's divine theme include the soul and the oversoul, creation of the cosmic illusion, the purpose of creation, the evolution of consciousness, sanskaras, reincarnation and karma, and going all the way up to God realization and God's infinite power, knowledge, and bliss. So we see that general meditation is a meditation of the intellect. It's a way of acquiring knowledge, and so we can equate it with Dhyan Yoga, or the path of knowledge. So now, let's look at specialized meditations. These types of meditations are meant to take an aspirant beyond the intellect. Baba explains that there are three categories of specialized meditation. There's meditation concerned with the objects of experience, meditation concerned with the subject of experience, and meditation concerned with mental operations. Now, let's explore these three types of meditation. There are two types of meditation concerned with the objects of experience. There is personal meditation and there is impersonal meditation. There are three types of personal meditation. There's meditation on the divine qualities of the Master, there's concentration on the form of the Master, and there is meditation of action. Regarding meditation on the divine qualities of the Master, Baba explains, appreciation of the divinity perceived in the Master gives rise to forms of meditation in which the aspirant constantly and strenuously thinks of the Master as being an embodiment of qualities like universal love, or complete detachment, egolessness, or steadfastness, infinite knowledge, or selfless action. It then leads to a greater understanding of the Master, and gradually remolds the aspirant into a likeness of the Master, thus contributing towards his self-preparation for realization of the truth. This meditation clearly relates to many aspects of Baba's teaching. Each of the qualities which is mentioned by Baba, as well as other qualities, are discussed in detail throughout his discourses and other of his books. This meditation on the divine qualities of the Master, therefore, integrates all those various topics into a single experience by perceiving them all within Baba, the Master. He is perceived as the embodiment of all divine attributes. The second form of personal meditation is concentration on the form of the Master. In this type of meditation, the aspirant is aware of the spiritual perfection constitutes the implicit background of such one-pointed concentration and contributes toward its efficacy and value. This form of meditation involves complete identification of the Master with the spiritual ideal. The next form of personal meditation is the meditation of the heart. Complete identification of the Master with the spiritual ideal is responsible for removing such barriers as might exist annihilates the illusion of separateness, which seems to divide the aspirant from the Master. Meditation. In its final stages, meditation now initiated into the practice of Bhakti Yoga, the path of devotion. The final forms of personal meditation are the meditations concerned with action. Baba says, love for the Master leads to increasing identification with the Master, so that the aspirant desires to live in and for the Master and not for his own narrow self. This leads to the meditation of action. The initial modes of the meditation of action usually takes the following forms. First, the aspirant mentally offers the Master all that is in him, thus renouncing all that is good or evil in him. This frees him from the good as well as the bad ingredients of the ego and helps him not only in transcending these opposites, but also in finding a lasting and true integration with the Master. In the second phase of meditation of action, the aspirant volunteers himself in the service of the Master or his cause. Doing work for the Master in the spirit of selfless service is as good as meditation. In the final phase of meditation of action, the aspirant does not allow the ego to feed upon any of his actions, small or great, good or bad. He does not think, I do this, but on the contrary, systematically develops the thought that through him, the Master is really doing all that he does. For example, when he looks, he thinks the Master is looking. When he eats, he thinks the Master is eating. When he sleeps, he thinks the Master is sleeping. And when he drives a car, he thinks the Master is driving the car. Even when he may happen to do something wrong, he thinks the Master is doing this. Thus he completely relinquishes all agency for his actions, and all that is done by him is brought into direct reference to the Master. So we see that Baba explains meditation in action as a relinquishing of all agency for one's actions. It is a step towards obedience and surrenderance to the Master. When one actually feels that Baba is working through one, and that it is he who is really doing all that the aspirant does, then one has surrendered their will to the Master. Elsewhere in the discourses, Baba refers to this process as the development of a provisional ego. In the discourse entitled The Nature of the Ego and Its Termination, Part 3, Baba presents the provisional ego as the best means of diminishing and eliminating one's ego. The provisional ego allows one to function in the world without adding further to one's ego and to accumulating more sanskaras. The provisional ego is also discussed in the discourse entitled The Dynamics of Spiritual Advancement. In it, Baba states, in creating a new ego, which, though only provisional and working, is amply able to become a source of confidence, feeling, enthusiasm, and go that true action must express. This new ego is spiritually harmless, since it derives its life and being from the Master, who represents infinity, and when the time comes, it can be thrown away like a garment. An aspirant who engages in the meditation of action is now also following the path of karma yoga, the path of service. It's important to reiterate what Baba states about this pathway. Doing work for the Master in the spirit of selfless service is as good as meditation. We now see that by faithfully following these forms of personal meditation, along with the meditation of the intellect, Baba has guided one first along the path of knowledge, then along the path of devotion, and finally along the path of action. All pathways are now incorporated into one's relationship to Baba, and one lives a balanced spiritual life. The next series of discourses shift to meditations which are focused on impersonal objects. That is, they do not focus on a person, a master, but rather are focused on other objects of experience. Regarding the first form of impersonal meditation, Baba says, in this type of meditation, the aspirant acquires the constant habit of regarding all forms as equally the manifestations of the same one, all-pervading life, and as nothing in themselves separately. This type of meditation aids disentanglement from the world of creation and furthers cultivation of the highest type of universal love, which regards the whole of humanity and all living creatures as members of an indivisible whole. This meditation on the different forms of life builds upon Baba's theme of creation, but now one moves beyond intellectual understanding and towards actual experience. One realizes that they are part of something much larger than themselves. One is more than just a separate individual. One is part of the vast evolutionary current from God unconsciousness to God consciousness. This realization leads one to experiencing unity with everything. The second form of impersonal meditation now focuses on one's own body. Baba says, one's own body, gross, subtle, or mental, is like the bodies of others, a form of the one all-pervading life. Nonetheless, consciousness is fixed on one's own bodies by an attachment so deep that it identifies itself with them. Continued thoughts of detachment concerning one's own body help emancipation of consciousness and the dawn of true self-knowledge. Meditation of this type is very fruitful for the aspirant. The gross, subtle, and mental bodies are all then regarded as cloaks that one can put on or off. With the understanding that there is only one all-pervading life, an aspirant can detach from constantly focusing on one's own body and mind and begin to identify with something larger than themselves, and eventually with God. Baba also discusses the importance of detachment in the discourse entitled The Overcoming of Suffering Through Detachment. In this discourse, Baba explains how detachment from desires connected to one's body is the means by which one can be free of all suffering, which in turn leads to happiness. In the next form of impersonal meditation, the focus shifts away from the universe and towards God. It is a meditation on the formless and infinite aspect of God. Baba says, in this form of meditation, the mind tries to understand and realize the formless and infinite aspect of God by means of a significant symbol. The mind may be made steady on an image of sky, ocean, or vast emptiness. From these symbols of infinity, complete and unlimited emptiness is difficult to imagine. However, the best symbol is that which one can most successfully bring before one's mind. There is an important variation of this impersonal form of meditation. In it, the infinity one imagines is not mentally externalized, as if it were an unlimited stretch of something outside the aspirant. it is more helpful to picture infinity as within the aspirant. The infinite nature of God is found throughout all of Baba's teachings. For example, elsewhere in the discourses, Baba explains that spiritual infinity is different from mathematical infinity. Infinity must include everything, anything else existing alongside of it. Therefore, it must be illusory. Baba also explains that creation came about because infinite everything wanted to know itself, so everything had to contrast itself to its opposite, absolute nothingness, and out of that nothingness, illusion emerged. There are also other aspects of God's infinity. For example, time is infinite. It is eternal. God is infinite power, infinite knowledge, and infinite bliss. And what is most important is to understand and experience that God is infinite love. As Baba explains, it is true that God is infinite knowledge, infinite existence, infinite power, and infinite bliss. But God is not understood in his essence until he is also understood as infinite love. In the beyond state, from which the entire universe springs and into which it ultimately merges, God is eternally infinite love. Next, we turn to meditation on the subject of experience. By subject, Baba refers to that which is the doer, or that which is the witness within each one. The first type of meditation concerned with the subject of experience is the quest for the agent of action. Baba explains, one such important form of meditation consists in ceaselessly pressing the query, who is it that does all these things? The aspirant finds himself thinking, I sleep, walk, eat, and talk. I see, hear, touch, taste, and smell. I think, feel, and desire, and so forth. The searching question this form of meditation is concerned with is, who is this I? The soul does not experience any of these things. The soul does not sleep, walk, eat, or talk, see, hear, touch, taste, or smell, think, feel, or desire. Who then is the agent? The source of all these activities has to be discovered, and the mystery of all life has to be explained. The meditation on the agent of action integrates other aspects of Baba's teachings. For example, it is the ego which identifies itself as the agent of action. It is the ego which asserts, I do all these things. Finding the agent of action therefore aids in diminishing one's ego. Likewise, identifying as the agent of action amplifies the sense of self-will. Searching for the agent of action aids in relinquishing self-will and surrendering to Baba's will. The concept of the agent of action is also presented by Baba in the discourse entitled Maya, False Beliefs. In it, Baba states, the soul and mental, subtle, and gross bodies, taken together, constitute the agent of actions, or the limited I. But the soul in its true nature is neither responsible for thinking, for desiring, nor for actions. The second meditation on the subject of experience is considering oneself as a witness. Baba says, knowledge of the soul may also be approached through a form of meditation in which the aspirant tries to realize himself as merely a witness of all physical and mental happening. As a witness, the soul remains aloof from all events in time, and the results of actions do not bind it. All this has to be experienced and not merely thought about. The next series of meditations aim to still the mind in order to experience one's soul. These meditations are concerned with mental operations. Their goal is to control the mind in order to still it and eventually annihilate it. Regarding the importance of stilling the mind, Baba says, the forms of meditation concerned with the subject of experience, however, suffer from the handicap that the true subject of experience can never be the object of thought or meditation in the ordinary sense. Thus, these very forms of meditation can at best take the aspirant very close to self-knowledge, which can only dawn in its full glory when the domain of the mind is completely traversed. Some impersonal forms of specialized meditation are therefore concerned with mental operations and they ultimately aim at stilling the mind. It is helpful, therefore, for the aspirant to occasionally write down all his thoughts as they come, and then to inspect them carefully at leisure. This process is different from writing planned essays. Thoughts are allowed to arise without any direction or restraint, so that even repressed elements from the subconscious mind have access to the conscious mind. The notion of allowing repressed subconscious thoughts to enter into consciousness is linked to the discourses on the elimination of the ego. There, Baba states that most of the ego remains subconscious, and therefore the ego's elimination requires becoming aware of those subconscious elements. Writing down thoughts is one of the best means of gaining that awareness. In a more advanced stage, an intensive awareness of the mental processes can take place while thoughts appear in the consciousness, and writing them down becomes unnecessary. Observations of mental operations should be accompanied by critical evaluation of one's thoughts. Thoughts cannot be controlled except through an appreciation of their value or lack of value. When the diverse thoughts that assail the mind are critically evaluated, and the internal stirrings of sanskaras are faced, understood, and taken for what they are worth, the mind is freed from all obsessions and compulsions in relation to them. The importance of evaluating thoughts and actions is also discussed in the discourse entitled The Elimination of the Ego. There, Baba stresses that in order to eliminate the ego, one needs to evaluate one's thoughts and actions in accordance with right values. Only through correct evaluation can the ego be eliminated. He also touches upon this subject in one of the discourses on Maya. There, Baba explains that the way to overcome the illusion of Maya is through correct evaluation. A major step toward eliminating the ego and annihilating the mind is to make the mind blank. This is the final goal of meditation. Regarding the previous forms of meditation and the meditation on making the mind blank, Baba says, a way is thus prepared for meditation that attempts to make the mind blank, which is one of the most difficult things to achieve. A condition of attaining truth through impersonal meditation is that the aspirant should be able to make his mind absolutely still. This becomes possible only when all the diverse sanskaras, impressions, in the mind have vanished. As the final wiping out of the sanskaras is possible only through the grace of a master, the master is indispensable for success even along the path of impersonal meditation. The agitation of the mind can disappear only when the aspirant can so control his mind that all thoughts can be ruled out at will. Only in complete internal silence is truth found. When the surface of the lake is still, it reflects the stars. And when the mind is tranquil, it reflects the nature of the soul as it is. The final discourse on meditation is entitled Nirvikalpa Samadhi, the state of God realization. In it, Baba describes the relationship between meditation and the state of I am God. The different forms of meditation are preparatory to the attainment of the Nirvikalpa Samadhi state, the I am God state. It is continuous with all prior forms of meditation, and through the grace of a perfect master, it can be the culmination of them. Baba explains, the entire advance from the very beginning consists in gradually curtailing and transcending the working of the individual mind. The mind has, therefore, to be completely merged and dissolved in the infinite before it is possible to experience this God state of Nirvikalpa Samadhi. So we have seen that faithfully following Baba's guidance on meditation leads to much more than just learning how to meditate. If one does completely follow his teachings, 3 things will be achieved. First, one will not be limited to only following the path of meditation, but one will also follow the paths of knowledge, devotion, and action. Second, one will fully absorb and realize all of the aspects of Baba's teachings and attributes of God. And third, with the grace of a perfect master, the different forms of meditation will culminate in Nirvipalka Samadhi, or God realization. Studying the master's discourses culminates in infinite knowledge. Concentration on the master's form transmutes into being worthy of being meditated upon. Meditation of the heart culminates in God's infinite love. Offering everything to the master, volunteering to serve the master, and the provisional ego leads to true selfless service. Meditation on all life forms transmutes into the experience of being one with all. Meditation on one's own body leads one to transcending one's physical, subtle, and mental bodies. Meditating on the infinite aspect of God leads one to becoming one with infinite God. Watching mental operations leads to the state of nirvana, the annihilated mind. The quest for the agent of action leads one to becoming the embodiment of infinite power. Considering oneself as the witness leads to transcending the bodies, emerging with one's soul. And finally, the meditation of making the mind blank will, with the Master's grace, allow one to transcend the mind and become one with God. Regarding meditation, Baba says, the entire advance from the very beginning consists in gradually curtailing and transcending the working of the individual mind. The mind is functioning even in the body state and in the energy state. Form is solidified energy. Energy is an expression of mind. Mind is the covered mirror of eternity, and eternity is the truth that has thrown off the mask of the mind.
Avatar Meher Baba ki jai. It is so nice, wonderful presentation. And since he is not here, and some of us may have some questions in our mind, so we can have discussion among ourselves. If somebody has something, somebody can raise a question and somebody can give answer to that. So let us have 5 minutes interaction about this. If we have, then we will pass on to the next presentation from Nathan Pastor. If anybody has any question about this, please don't hesitate to ask. And if there's no question, we will feel that all were meditating. They were all concentrated in meditations. So please, if somebody has something, come forward.
Curious to know if anyone has actually tried to do any of these meditations. That's all. I have to confess that I haven't.
Please take this.
said, I've tried some of these meditations, particularly the one of the heart. I usually, and just meditating on Baba's picture, but recently when I was traveling, I forgot to take my favorite picture, the ancient one picture. It's great for when you're traveling in Christian countries because he looks so much like Jesus. The maze, oh, it's a picture of Jesus. I don't, and so I had to go inside and feel a little light in the middle of my chest. That was how Baba manifested the meditation. But I must confess, in watching this, I always feel like I just scratched the surface. I mean, that's it. So.
Anybody? Daniel?
So I know Rich actually practices meditation. He has been doing it for 20 or 30 years now. And Rich Bloom, who gave this presentation, I mean, that's why he does the presentation, is because this is a major interest of his. And I think he finds that it's I can't tell you what form he does. I do know, going back to what you said, Jeffrey, that that's the practice that I do of meditation, is on the form of Baba. And Baba says so many different things at different times to different people, so I don't take any of them as absolute, but there are places where Baba says that the best form of meditation is to take a picture of a God-realized being, whether it's Baba as the avatar or a perfect master or what have you, but to take that and really be present with that picture like that, which is something that I do. And again, I would echo your experience, Jeffrey, as well. It's not an absolute. I don't go into Sahaj Samadhi with it, but certainly do have had a deepening experience with that. The other thing I'd say is, and I know some of you may have experienced this too with Isfandiyar Vasali, but Isfandiyar Vasali, who was one of Baba's students in the Prem Ashram, and he was the one that I believe Baba said brought him up to the third plane of consciousness during that experience, and then later, I think, ascended up to the fifth or sixth plane, according to what he said. And his experience that he taught this, I think, to many people. I know that there are people in Myrtle Beach, which is where we live, that many of them do practice this meditation on what they call the dill, which is located, which I found really interesting because it's located just below, like I think of the meditation at the heart level, but he really speaks about the meditation of the dill, which is below the heart level, which I found interesting. And his whole path was about trying to picture Baba in the dill like that. And that's what he called his work. And he did that for hours and hours every day, which is how he ascended like that. And he taught many people about that meditation. And I know there are many people that practice that I know of in Myrtle Beach and so on. So those are examples. And I know the Sufis in the Sufi charter, you guys are Sufis, right? That it's in the Sufi charter that there is meditation, there's prescribed meditation, I think 15 minutes or something like that, one time a day and 45 minutes and others. So there's that. So I think meditation is actually more widely practiced in the Baba world than it would seem. But again, Baba didn't dictate that at all. And again, there's the place where Baba said to people, think of yourself as being one with the infinite before going to sleep and things like that. So there were lots of different kinds of meditation that Baba gave. So those are some of my reflections about that.
I have a very interesting fact about meditation that others might not know.
Wait.
Sorry, I just popped into my mind forcibly. During the Meherashram, Premashram period, most people are acquainted with the phase in which the boys went love mad. This would be at Meherabad. But what people don't know so much about is when Baba moved to Toka, during the phase involving Ali, at one point Baba said, it's all been ruined, I'll have to do it all over again. And in Toka, Ramju felt Baba started the whole process over again, but this time, the madness was a meditation madness. Ramju said this. And the boys would sleep 1 or 2 hours a night and would just be meditating all the time. People don't know about this so well. It's in sobs and throbs. So it occurs to me that maybe Baba was working archetypally, where this is another phase that will manifest in the course of time. Just my own speculation.
There's a quote where Baba says, constant remembrance of the word of his name and the form in which he manifested consumes the mind. Choiceless awareness of his ever-renewing and indivisible presence, both in and around us, lifts the curtain that veils our vision from the truth. And Baba did say that it's easier to focus on Baba's image if you begin with seeing him in action, whether he's giving out prasad or hugging people or waving at people. That helps you to focus in on the image. And when I do that, I get into a conversation where Baba will say, you and I are not we but one. Whatever happens is my will. All is as I want it to be. It's basically the same conversation. But I think that the pictures that speak to you where Baba's saying, I'm in you and you're in me, or the sign of perfection, or I forgive you, I love you, are the ones that I'm most drawn to and that make it easier for me to focus on the image.
Just wait. Why I asked you to be here? Because it seems that you can answer that question which I have. And my question is, Baba has said that my lovers should exchange their notes. And in that context, I am exchanging my feeling that what about this meditation for people like us who are scared of this? Even this term scares me. And I was never able to do any meditation. So what would you say about this? Not me, but many people are scared of this.
I mean, what I think of Gokuran is, I mean, I remember reading and probably hearing Bao say, Baba would give him meditations and he just couldn't do it. And he just said, well, how am I supposed to do this? My mind just goes all these different places. And Baba said, the question isn't whether you are successfully concentrating, the question is whether you're following my order to make the effort. So that was one thing that Baba did say about that to Bao. And so I think that sort of universalizes the experience that people have of trying to concentrate and trying to bring concentration of the mind. I think it's a very advanced capacity for people to have that much control over the mind, which is why, I mean, one of the things that I got very focused on, I'm just answering personally like this, that was doing work with Sufi practices, not Sufism reoriented, but practices that come out of Sufism around what they would call zikr or remembrance. And I found that what my experience was, and this has to do with why I think focusing on, like what you said, Al, Baba's form or his films, they evoke a natural response, of love and opening, as opposed to something that is about trying to go through the mind to get to the heart. The Sufi practices go directly to the heart. It's why Qawwali music is so powerful, is because it bypasses all that. It just goes right to the heart like that. So that's why I think Baba emphasized the meditation of the heart so much, in my opinion, is because it's so natural. Once our hearts have been opened to Baba, then the channel is there to be able to enter into it. But if we try to get there through some other means, like let's try to quiet the mind, that's a very challenging, people spend years and years doing Vipassana meditation, Buddhist meditation or things like that, just to sort of get the mind to quiet. But But when they try to do the meditation of the heart, once the master has awakened love for the heart, then the pathways opened up. That's my experience with it. I don't know if that answers.
But you have pointed out to another milestone, and somebody has pointed out that milestones always point towards the destination. And you have focused my attention to 2 milestones. Sufis are sitting here. So on behalf of this whole group, we would ask them what kind of meditation they are doing.
Yes, so in the Sufi charter, Meher Baba, he basically got rid of almost all practices of Eastern Sufism when he reoriented it to the West. And one of the only things that he actually prescribed for Sufis to do is to repeat the name of God for 30 minutes a day, and that can be any name of God. And obviously, Meher Baba's name is the most powerful prayer, the most powerful sound in the universe. And so Sufis tend to choose Meher Baba's name. And then he said to meditate on God for 15 minutes per day. And of course, Meher Baba's form is the most powerful form in the universe. And so that's typically on his picture, silently, or watching his videos of him moving his beautiful divine form. And so that's 45 minutes a day, every day, 365 days a year. And so the Sufi teachers have always emphasized that your subjective experience of meditation is not important. The only important thing is that you do it every day, and that Meher Baba controls everything else.
Give it to her also.
One thing I'm thoughtful of, Gokuran. No, I don't want to.
Because it should be a complete thing, not just a male aspect, but female aspect also.
One thing I'm thoughtful of, Gokuran, when you said, and maybe somewhat facetiously, that you aren't successful or you haven't done this, one thing that our teachers, particularly Murshid O'Connor, has spoken about is that we have a very narrow definition of what we call meditation. And exactly like what you were saying, there's these intellectual practices, we take them on, we're rigorous, we want achievement. But in fact, everyone in this room is at this moment in their love for Meher Baba and thinking of him. And this whole conference is actually a form of love and meditation. And so often it's brought up in our classes or discussions how for us as a group of Baba lovers, this in fact is very natural, and that most of the time we're quite unconscious of it. I know for me personally, there's something that happens to me when I'm in the garden, and it is just lovely. It's not something imposed from the mind. It's not that time, like Nathan says, you are tasked with doing this, and that does often feel quite burdensome and like very much a task. But there's something else that comes in completely naturally, which is just complete love of God. For me, very much God as expressed in nature and my relationship to it. And anyway, that's my initial impression to what you said, because just by being near you, you actually are in meditation all the time. That's my experience. Okay. Shaiban.
Because most interesting thing is your face. They should be able to see your face all that expression.
Many of you know Tom Riley. Tom Riley met Baba in Myrtle Beach, I think in 1958, and then was at the East-West Gathering. He's a great artist. He passed, I guess, a year and a half ago or so. A wonderful person. And he tells of having, when he was with Baba, because he was a great artist, and either he asked Baba this question or Baba just said it spontaneously to him. But what Baba said to him, and I'm gonna not get it 100% right, but the essence of it is right. Baba said to him that the path to God in the East is through these kinds of practices like meditation, yoga, the asceticism, and so on. And he said in the West, the path to God is more about expression through the arts. That was a really, and Baba did say that is a way of meditating, is, like you were saying in the garden, or just, to create a beautiful painting or the music like that. And of course, there's an explosion of that. Certainly in the West, there's been an explosion of that. I can't speak to the East so much, but I know in the West, that is, you go to Myrtle Beach, how many people are artists or musicians or dancers or whatever. So that's another dimension of this.
Thank you so much, everybody, for participating in this. Yeah, please come. Please introduce yourself so that everybody knows.
Jai Baba. I am Jaya Surya from Hyderabad. Just now, the beloved speaker has told, I know about the Western meditation, but I'm not familiar with the Eastern. I just wanted to, that word made me to come here. Meditation is an ancient Indian traditional practice which has been there for more than 10,000 years of recorded history. It started from Patanjali, all of you know. And meditation can be summarized into two words. That is, detachment and attachment. Detachment from the world and attachment to the God.
You don't have time to lecture, just
2 minutes.
Just 2 minutes, because we have to proceed.
I understand, but since Eastern meditation, Patanjali says, Yogaha chitta vritti nirodha. That means stopping the mind is meditation. Baba said exactly that. That's what I want to link. He said, the dropping of the mask of the mind. So, the process of dropping the mind is the detachment from the world and attachment to the God, or detached from illusion and attachment to the truth. This is the Eastern philosophy of meditation. Thank you. Jai Baba.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So we must thank Richard Bloom in his absence. He gave us opportunity to have this discussion. Now we pass on to the next presentation, and this is by Nathan Pastor from Sufism Reoriented. So I'll just read out his introduction. Nathan Pastor is from Walnut Creek, California. He's received his bachelor's degree in political science and a minor in English from University of California, Berkeley. He went on to graduate from law school. After graduating from law school, he went on to complete a master's in trust and estate. He currently owns a law firm in Walnut Creek. He started attending Sufi classes 17 years ago. This is his 6th trip to Meherabad. Nathan and his father manage the copyright for Sufism Reoriented in Walnut Creek, God Speaks. So before he starts, because this God Speaks has come, so I am asking him to answer in his presentation whether the Sufism is still holding the copyright of God Speaks, or it is given to the Meherabad Trust. So please come in.
So, thank you, Gokaran. Yes, the answer is that in Meher Baba's will, he willed the copyright for God Speaks to Sufism Reoriented, and we still are the registered copyright holders for God Speaks, and it is our privilege to manage that for him. We also, Sufism Oriented manages the publishing of God Speaks. And I want to say that in meditation, like Gabby said, it's just being bhakti yoga for Sufis is like the appreciation of the beauty of all of creation and just appreciation and thankfulness for the gift of everything that Meher Baba gives us. And all of these presentations are just a meditation on how beautiful creation is and how lucky we are to know of Meher Baba. That in and of itself is a meditation, and me giving this presentation and me meditating on how beautiful Murshid Khan's talk is that I'm about to give is a meditation in and of itself. Jai Baba. My name is Nathan Pastor, and it is my privilege to represent Sufism Reoriented in America. I've been asked to present an essay written by Murshida Carol Wayland Connor titled Meher Baba's Advent and the Cycles of Time. Murshida Connor writes, in his universal message given in 1958, Meher Baba says, my present avataric form is the last incarnation of this cycle of time. Hence, my manifestation will be the greatest. When I break my silence, the impact of my love will be universal. And all life in creation will know, feel, and receive of it. In fact, Baba's advent comes at the rare convergence of at least 3 cycles of time. Consequently, his work in this age is charged with special force and holds tremendous significance for the future of humanity and of creation itself. A brief review of these cycles can be helpful in any study of Baba's life, his work, and the goals of his advent. The first of these 3 cycles might be called the Avataric cycle. This is the cycle of 7 avatars that began with Zoroaster. Baba named them specifically in his highest of the high message in 1953. He said, of the most recognized and much worshipped manifestation of God as avatar, that of Zarathustra is the earliest. Having been before Ram, Krishna, Buddha, Jesus, and Muhammad. According to Baba, Zarathustra, or Zoroaster, the Greek rendering of his name by which he is more commonly known today, lived about 7,000 years ago, about 5,000 BC. Archaeologically, that is the Neolithic period, the last phase of the Stone Age, typified by tribal agrarian societies living in small groups. Metal tools and written records did not emerge until more than 1,000 years later. Thus, this one cycle of 7 avatars, from Zoroaster to Meher Baba, encompasses virtually all of recorded human history as currently known, from the earliest civilizations in Mesopotamia and the Indus Valley to the modern age of space exploration. Here, Murshid Khanna notes that in preparing this discussion, she was surprised to discover that Meher Baba did not offer a systematic explanation of the cycle of 7 avatars in God Speaks or the Discourses. And he rarely discussed his silence in that context. Unless one is familiar with the esoteric aspects of Eastern spiritual systems, one might not know that the 7th avatar, the last of the cycle, is nearly always called the Silent One. And that silence and breaking the silence are traditionally associated with this figure. As the Silent One, or the Silent Master, the 7th avatar brings no new teachings. Instead, he lives the divine message of the age. He demonstrates it silently through his deeds. In the universal message, Baba says, "You have asked for and been given enough words. It is now time to live them." Living them means bringing the principles of divinity into full manifestation here on earth, as full as the current organization of creation can hold. The 7th avatar integrates the energy and work of the 6 avatars before him. In this instance, Zoroaster, Rama, Krishna, Buddha, Jesus, and Muhammad. He dissolves the boundaries of old forms and limited life of the past to clear the ground for new life. Finally, he melds the totality of knowing, energy, and love available in all realms of manifested life, infusing it with fresh waves of higher energy from the realm of silence. He raises all creation to a new and higher level of organization, one can that express in the world of forms more divine force, more radiance, more love and wisdom, where a whole new cycle of life can begin. In this way, he moves all creation closer to its source. That is the spiritual push Meher Baba often mentioned. Each avatar gives a spiritual push. However, in the time of the 7th avatar, that push is immense, a quantum leap. It encompasses everything from electrons to empires. It can and does change the very quality of matter and the structure of life itself. Building on what has been achieved during the entire cycle, he lays the foundation for the work of the next cycle of 7 avatars, which begins with his next advent in 700 years. Life then will be qualitatively different from today. It will be at least as different as our world is from the world of Zoroaster. In this singular incarnation, however, Meher Baba's role is still broader than that of the 7th avatar of the Avataric cycle. For Meher Baba is also the avatar concluding a long succession of Avataric cycles, spanning many ages or yugas. In this role, he is the mythic Kalki avatar, the avatar of the white horse. His advent at the end of what the Hindu system calls the Kali Yuga, or Iron Age, signals the end of an epoch of 4 very long spiritual ages, or yugas. In the Hindu system, the epoch of 4 yugas is called a Mahayuga, or great cycle, lasting millions of years. The advent of the Kalki avatar at the end of this long cycle is often associated with an apocalyptic conflict between the forces of light and the forces of darkness, a titanic final battle that completes the spiritual work of the entire long epic. The most visible representation of such an upheaval during Meher Baba's lifetime was the Second World War, the most destructive conflict in recorded human history. This was the Avatar's War, a war that Baba predicted long before it began, a war whose direction and outcome Baba himself supervised, just as Sai Baba had controlled World War I. While the First World War was primarily fought in Europe, World War II was truly a global conflict, fought on land, in the air, and on and under the sea by tens of millions of soldiers from every continent, every race, and social class. Though it lasted only 6 years, from 1939 to 1945, some historians believe that more people fought and more people died in World War II than in all other wars known to history combined. Nearly 30,000 people killed each day, up to 70 million in all. It was thus a kind of partial pralaya, which helped to level and clear many parts of the world of patterns and structures of life, behavior, and thought built up over centuries and millennia. Patterns of life that had outlived their usefulness to mankind and needed to be removed from the earth to make room for fresh, new growth. Here, we might reference long-held universal social practices that predate recorded history. Human slavery, the caste system, as well as individual and personal patterns of primitive, violent, self-centered thought, feeling, and behavior that were once needed when the primary task of incarnating man was to establish himself and survive as a separate, viable physical form in a world of physical matter. The immense energy released by their destruction was used by Meher Baba, the Kalki avatar, to help propel creation toward the higher life, live closer to the truth of the next Mahayuga. To melt or dissolve these deep-rooted, powerful forms of ignorance, the Kalki avatar must summon immense reservoirs of the most potent divine energy. This was one reason for Baba's intense and focused work with musts, which paralleled and was associated with his work with the Second World War. A 1,000 Mahayugas, a period spanning billions of years, makes up a single day of Brahma. A night of Brahma is equally long. According to current scientific theory, the age of our universe so far, measured from the Big Bang, is estimated to be about 14 billion years. In the Hindu system, that is less than 2 days and nights in Brahma's life. The Hindu system also defines a year of Brahma lasting more than 3 trillion of our years and encompassing the birth and death of entire universes. But there is still more. 100 of these years of Brahma, an unimaginably long period, is said to comprise the lifetime of Brahma, which corresponds to the entire life of illusion itself. According to the Hindu system, we are now at the dawn of the first day of the 51st year of Brahma's life. The halfway point in the total life of illusion. Those mathematics match very well Baba's statement, indicating that we are now midway through our journey, and we have indeed reached creation's turning point. For endless ages, the direction of growth in creation has been outward, from the source toward the expanding perimeter of creation, toward increasing materialization and crystallization into separate material forms, in the search for the answer to God's original question, who am I? That initial outward movement is now complete. Its goals have been achieved. Creation is fully materialized. Divinity has finally imagined and experienced itself as everything imaginable. The evolution of discrete, separate forms has been fully accomplished, and their possibilities have now been fully explored. Everything that is but itself. Consequently, consciousness is now farther than it has ever been or will be from the shining core or origin from which life descended. And humanity, at the height of material mastery and power, with awareness focused outward, is, according to Baba, as far as it has ever been from the knowledge of God. That is why this last cycle of 7 avatars has been so difficult and intense. They are the last 7 avatars on the entire spiral of this outward curving cycle of cycles. That is why this Kali Yuga has been characterized as the worst and most destructive in the world's history. This is the last moment of the darkest
Maharani, actually Shanta Devi's date of birth is, actually we can get in the Wikipedia, but this is her husband Pratap Singh, and she has 8 children. She has 8 children, and the male children are narrated, that is, they are fonted in the blue, and the remaining, the female children in the brown. You can see there. And the interesting thing is, all the daughters, they have visited Baba at Guru Prasad. All the daughters, they have come at Guru Prasad. But her sons did not come. And more importantly, what happened is, there were sibling rivalry between her children, between the sons only. Because the first gentleman, Fateh Singh Rao Gaikwad, actually, he is issueless. He has no children. So, in his place, that Ranjit Singh, the second one, he has become the king, he has taken the king, and his son Sangram Singh is the present titular Maharaja, that is of Baroda. Presently, he is the titular Maharaja. So they are owning a big palace in Baroda. That palace, that Lakshmi Vilas palace, it is said that it is more bigger than Buckingham Palace. So it was very bigger, yeah. And it is estimated in the today's property, in Indian currency, it is in 2003, there was a deal went in between them. That was around 20,000 crores. That palace only costed. So that is okay. Now what happened is the real problem is Maharani and Maharaja, Pratap Singh and Shanta Devi, they got married in the year 1929. And by 1943, Maharani has 8 children. And at that time, Cupid struck Pratap Singh. And that the lady beside, that is Pratap Singh Ji, is Maharani Sita Devi. Maharani Sita Devi, she is called as Wallis Simpson, Indian Wallis Simpson. So actually, they both loved each other and got married in the year 1944, and they settled abroad. At that time, it is estimated that the Maharaja treasury was 300 millions in those days, $300 million. And after, by 1948, I was talking about the Guru Prasad transaction deal. By 1948, the total treasury, actually whatever the jewelry was there, everything was there, it was sold off. And they became completely dried up. The cash is there, the cash and jewelry got dried up. And Maharani and Maharaja, they were living on the maintenance which was given by the government of India. So that was the time, because VP Krishnamenon and Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, actually, they forced Maharani, that is, to ask Maharaja to stop all the things, and then you come back to India. And in that way, actually, that has happened. Now, Maharani at that time, this time, Maharani was maintaining on a meager allowance from the government. At the same time, Maharaja is also, he divorced his second wife, and he came back to India. And there were some political compulsions for him, and he wanted to join Pakistan. But, okay, that was against, again, he was Morarji Desai. Actually, he did not, he was quite against Maharaja. And Baroda was merged into Bombay, state of Bombay at that time. So by that time, Maharani, that this total cash is too weak. That I was seen some photographs, earlier photographs from the archives. Actually, they contained the jewelry. She was having so much of jewelry. Maharani was having nearly about some cages of jewelry, but she was left with none. She was left with none afterwards in 1950s. And whatever she got, this Guru Prasad was, whatever she got, she purchased the Guru Prasad at that time. That was the history of Guru Prasad. So now, this is where, and at this time, in 1951, we all know Baba was looking for a bungalow to take rest in 1951 in the new life. So through Meherabad Jasawala, we all know the story. Baba actually, Meherabad Jasawala, with the help of Digambar Gadekar and Sardar Raste, they dealt with and they got this Guru Prasad. Now, the interesting part of Guru Prasad is, I could actually, there is one woman, actually, her name is Zareen Karani Aros. Actually, she stays in Boston. I met her online, and I was asking her some details about Guru Prasad when she said that she lived there. But she has given me a beautiful piece of information that, see, this is what was demolished, that land, Guru Prasad land it's a triangular bit of land. It's a triangular bit of land. Only a strip of it, maybe half, went to the building of the Guru Prasad, that Guru Prasad apartment, Guru Prasad Society, which was constructed in 1970s. Only half of it was constructed. The remaining half, the Karachiwalas, the Taleras, and these Karanis, they had actually purchased that land. This part of it. This part of the land, you can see the buildings are not visible. This part of the land, actually, that was sold. That part of the land was sold to these Karachiwalas. They each had some 1,500 to 2,000 square yards of land, and they purchased it. And in 2002, they have given it. Those people also, they have given it to development. And they got the flats now. This is the topography of Guru Prasad at that time. And this, though the land was not small, because it has accommodated nearly about 6,000 people during East-West gathering. So it is a very big land, actually. It's a very big land. 6,000 people were accommodated. And now these three people they So in 1958, Baba, at a special savas in Meherabad, Meherabad, Baba has given him the permission for constructing a temple. So that gentleman actually, he wanted to build the temple with marble, with a big marble, that is that statue with marble, and whatever, the statue was to be made with Italian marble, and also the complete temple also they want to make it with the Italian marble. But later on, they changed it to bronze. Bronze, that is a completely bronze statue that is. So now, Baba, what he said is, you go, okay, that is accepted, that a bronze statue, I'm going to, you construct the temple there, and you establish a bronze statue. Now, the making of the statue, that is also a big process, that is also a big project, and that project was given to Talim, Mr. B.V. Talim. He is the sculptor, that is, he is the artist, he is the sculptor who made that Shirdi Sai Baba, that present Shirdi Sai statue is there, he made that. And he is a renowned sculptor in India. So now what happened is, this gentleman, this B.V. Talim's son, Harish Talim is there. You can see the three photographs. That the corner one is B.V. Talim, the second one is Harish Talim, the third one is Raju, the present one. So these three gentlemen are there. So Baba has sent the Ganeshkin photos. These are the Ganeshkin photos, and they were sent to Kodur Krishna Rao. You make the statue in this pose. So these photos were sent, and this was first made. And then afterwards, in the meantime, an interesting incident. See, that is Harish Talim. He was taking Baba's this one, that is impressions, hand impressions. Actually, that impressions you can see, those are the hand impressions. So on 4th of May in 1958, Baba gave darshan in the Guru Prasad Varanda. And on this day, Rani of Jamkin, that is another Rani, that is the next Rani after Leelavati's daughter, and Maharani Shanta Devi, they both visited. Maharani Shanta Devi first time visited Guru Prasad on that day. And on the same day, Harish Talim was taking Baba's impressions. And when Baba asked Maharani has come to Baba, Baba asked her to sit beside him, that is, just sit beside him, she sat. So when she has seen the equality, she was continuously seeing Baba. When she has seen the equality of, what I should say is, the love which is distributed by Baba equally to all, she was happy. Maharani was very happy actually. She felt contented. She felt contented, and afterwards, from next time onwards, she has come. And yesterday, while Ganesh was telling, I got one, that is, I was having one beautiful, this one. For all the Pune house visits, maximum, not all, for maximum of the Pune house visits, Maharani accompanied Meher Baba. Yeah, Maharani accompanied Meher Baba. So that was an interesting point. So Maharani, from that time on, Baba has known her personal problems, but he never asked her. He never asked her till she herself has expressed the problems to him. So Baba said, I am here, so don't worry. So she has put her complete faith on Baba, and afterwards, whatever the difficulties and the problems she had, they just evaporated, that's all, simply. They went away. And Maharani, she died in the year 2002, I think, I don't remember it exactly. Now, this is the photograph where the statue, Baba's statues, the first impressions of the Baba statue was taken on, and afterwards this Maharani has visited on that day. Now, on 9th of March, so now Baba went to Ashiana in Bombay in 1959. So, when Baba went there, Kodur Krishna Rao also, he went there to Bombay. Baba called B.V. Talim, and then he has taken some measurements. And then Kodur Krishna Rao, actually what he did is, he finally, the rate, that is, the price was fixed. It was fixed at 17,000 rupees. Okay, the cost of the statue was 17,000 rupees. And now the interesting part is, Baba has called Adi Kairani, and he said that every detail of Meherabad should be watched carefully and he be detailed with every detail. That is the interesting part of it. Every detail of Meherabad should be brought to him through Adi Kairani. Every detail. So Baba monitored this Meherabad construction, almost everything. Almost everything even there is a spire ceremony was happened. Baba sent Adi Kairani and Jalbai there. So that is the interesting part which is going to come. Now, this has happened in 1959. 1959 is a flurry of activity with Andhra people. Because Andhra people, they came like, actually, they were nearly about 300 to 400 people have come right from Andhra to Guru Prasad in those 3 months, and even to Meherabad also. When Baba visited Meherabad, I could get only 70, solidly I could get 75 to 80 names. The remaining names, actually, we will try to find out there. So now what happened is, in Guru Prasad, as we know, yesterday Sridhar sir was updating us. So, in the mid-March at Guru Prasad, there was Ramzo Abdullah, along with Kudumba Shastri. Kudumba Shastri is having a high legal mind, but he is legally very inclined. So, Baba was taking his help, Kudumba Shastri's and Ramzu's help. Mostly Ramzu was later, he is trusted lieutenant. Ramzu is the trusted lieutenant. And along with Kudumba Shastri, they were drafting the, what I should say is a trust deed. The trust deed was drafted. And this, on the 6th of April 1959, Baba actually he traveled to Meherabad. So, in the presence of a sub-registrar named Deshpande. Okay. So, I was collecting some information just for the curiosity. So, in the sub-registrar name is Deshpande. So, the Avatar Meher Baba trust deed was signed. So, during this time, Baba permitted few Andhra lovers to stay with him in Guru Prasad. From there on it started. Now, there was in this trust deed also, there were two Andhra people. They were beneficiaries. There were totally 41 beneficiaries in the trust deed. In the trust deed, there were two Andhra people. You can see the blue, Mr. Rangarao and Mr. Bapiraju Bandela. These two are the beneficiaries of the trust deed, and these are the 41 beneficiaries in the trust deed. These are the 41 beneficiaries. Now, that is Mehra, Mani, Mehru, Gohar, Naza, Kitty, Rano, Mansare, Korshid, Walu, Katie, Sushila, Kakabaria, Pendu, Iruch, Baidul, Aloba, Vishnu, Jangle, Francis, Jalbai, Donkin, Padri, Sidhu, Muhammad Mast and Balatambat. These are the individuals. And the families are Adi Senior, Ramzo Abdullah family, Behram family, and Kaikobad, Papa Jasawala, Adi Junior, Kumar and Bau, and Kishan Singh, Keshav Nigam. That 37 is Rangarao from Andhra, and Bapiraj Bandela from Andhra, and Pukar, and Matra Datta Shastri, and Mrs. Abdul Ghani at that. So this was the trust deed was there. Now, on June, then what happened is, in the month of June, the Meherabad plan was approved, and Mr. N. Dharmarao, his name is N. Dharmarao, this gentleman is N. Dharmarao. So this gentleman, he is Mallikarjun Rao, KDR, one of the persons, and that M. Dharmarao actually, he designed that, he made the plan for Meherabad. And you see that other side of it, that another photograph, one family was specially invited by Baba to Guru Prasad. That family is Y.V. Narasimha Rao, who is called as, presently he is called as Doragaru, that is, Dora means a Jamindar. Hey, Doragaru, they will be calling him, Dora means Dora, a Jamindar. That he hosted Baba in his guest house at Sarpavaram, Kakinada. So Kakinada is a place in town, so he hosted in his guest house. He is a landlord. So just like our trustee Mr. Prasad Raju's father, Achyuta Raju, he is also a landlord there. They both hail from the villages side by side, which their villages are side by side. So the Mr. Y.V. Narasimha Rao has been invited, and he was asked to have darshan, Baba's darshan, along with his family in Guru Prasad. His wife, Savitri Devi, actually, you can see, it is Savitri Devi. Actually, I'm sorry that it is not Gayatri. It is Savitri Devi. So she happens to be also a political leader there. So this incident happened, and Baba approved the design of Meherabad, and this was, and this family was invited. And at the same time, there is, we all know that party. That is called the Burkada, the ballad, the story ballad, Prasad, that is, he is Mr. Balagopala Bhaskar Raju. Along with his team, he has performed ballad before Baba in Guru Prasad. 3 hours, it is performed by 3 people. So, Mr. Balagopala Bhaskar Raju, he is an artist and also a singer, who, the brothers who has written Namo Meher Baba. You know the Namo Meher Baba song? That was written by them. And they have Balagopala Bhaskar Raju, they have come to Guru Prasad on 17th, if I'm exactly correct, on 17th. So they have, it's okay. Nice. Okay, sir. Right. So this Burkada was Burkada was performed before Baba. Even though they could not understand Telugu, Baba enjoyed it. Baba did not, because other people couldn't. Baba will enjoy definitely, because he understands every language. But even though the others, they could not enjoy Telugu, Mani was so sweet of that, because she was telling that the artist's emotions are so beautiful that I felt like it was love in motion, she said. A love in motion, she said. And at the same time, and there is one more gentleman is there, that photograph will be shown very shortly. That gentleman, actually, he is known as Ammu Vishwanadam. He is Harikada. Harikada means the God's story. It is God's story. It was actually, it is told in ballad form. Only one man will tell that. That is called Harikada. 3 people telling Burukada, and one man, if he is saying, it is called Harikada. Hari means God, and God Kada, that's God's story, is told by one man. So that Harikada was also what actually Baba, before Baba, it was Harikada was performed. 1 second, yeah. 1 second, sir. Yeah, okay. Now, there is one beautiful incident happened in the May. Our trustee, Mr. Prasad Raju's father, Achyuta Raju, actually, he brought a translator because he could not understand English language. He brought a translator right from the railway station. So that translator actually, instead of translating word to word, he started to describe his own, because he wanted more money. So he extended, because when Baba said only one word, he used to say one sentence. So in that way, he started translating to get more money. So Baba immediately said that not to bring those type of people, because just sit before him. That is, because see, this is what, while in Guru Prasad, in my presence, you only need to look at me silently. You will understand everything. Even if you don't understand anything, be happy for your good fortune in sitting in the presence of God for 2 hours. So that is what, even if you don't understand it, just sit there, enjoy my presence, see me, that's all. You be happy. So that is what it was said. Now, in the meantime, in Andhra, there was actually This is Avatar Meher Baba libraries. In the library in Andhra, all the libraries were provided this Avatar Meher magazine. There was an Avatar Meher magazine which was publishing on. Oh. No, it's okay. No, that I needed that. Some interesting documents are there. I'll show 1959 newspapers also in Baba's this one. So that for that I need that. You have 10 minutes more, so whatever. 10 minutes more, so just try. So fast, sir? No, still. This is my. No, okay. Hello? There is a lot of this one. Okay. Now, actually in Andhra, people actually, they started, these libraries were provided with Baba's literature, Baba's books, and some small, all the libraries, because they influenced, they got, some people, they influenced the government in the government. So they got a government order be passed so that all the Baba's books be purchased in the libraries. So Avatar Meher is the first magazine which was distributed throughout Andhra in 1959. And before that also it happened, every year they had to renew it, and in 59 they did that. So, one second. At the same time, there is God Speaks, actually it was translated in Telugu at that time. So Telugu, God Speaks by M. Tirumal Rao, Musalikanti Tirumal Rao. He translated that. He's Mr. M. Tirumal Rao. He was at Meherabad, this one at Meherabad. So he is, Baba told something and he's translating it in Telugu. He is a member of parliament. So this God Speaks, God Speaks, which was known as Bhagavat Vachanam, this Avatar Meher and Divyamani, these were kept in the libraries. That is, Baba's work was, actually it was spread like that. And here Baba was giving Sharbat in the Guru Prasad, and the fortune of some Andhra people is that Mr. Lanka Sitapatrao was saying that, I had the fortune of drinking Sharbat in the afternoon by staying at Guru Prasad in the night. He stayed for 3 days. He stayed in Guru Prasad for 3 days, and he said that he had the fortune of taking Baba's Sharbat 3 times, and Baba was giving ice creams also at that time. Yesterday somebody was saying about ice creams also. So in the afternoon, the ice creams and Sharbat were those were the privilege which was given to the people who were staying at Guru Prasad. Now, these are the Baba lovers. Actually, this is money. Some of the Baba lovers, what they did is, they spread Baba's name by sponsoring 4 complete pages in the newspaper. So this we can get it in the Mani's, this one. I'm just showing some newspapers of 1959. So this is the Mail, Madras Mail. You can see 8th November 1959. So one page, seek not material gains. See this one. This complete page, and then the next one, it is this, the next page, and then this is the 3rd page, so this is the sponsored newspaper, and this is the 4th page. See, November 8th, 1959, that complete newspaper, this one. So, hope so that people, Hindi, if you are a Jwala Hindi film was released on that day. That is, it was given, it was going to production in those times. So this was the newspaper. And the thing is, there were, another interesting part is, the Avatar Meherabad Andhra Center, Baba has asked Adika Irani and Jalbai to preside the meeting, and afterwards, they did some great work. The work is that they formed some parties. No, not necessary. Okay. Okay, this is also, 1 second, sir. So, they formed some parties. See, this is, hurry, I could not get. Got stuck. It's okay. Right, they formed some parties. That is, one literature party is made, Burakada party is made, that Harikada party is made. Some people were dealing with speeches. A special section, each and every section was made. And they were spreading Baba's name, and Baba's name spread like wildfire in these years. In the years of 1959, actually Baba's name was spread, because already in 1954, Baba has toured Andhra, and he has actually, I think you can see the Andhra tour in the films. You can see the number of people having Baba's darshan. In 59, many new people have come to from Andhra to that is to Meherabad. They have taken Baba's darshan also in Meherabad. So Mr. Dhanpatrao Naidu is that one. So in that way, sorry. Okay. Okay, right. So this was, and this is the people, number of people who has come, nearly about, I could collect 75 people. Those red people, they stayed in Guru Prasad. Those blue color people, it is a doubt, because I am not getting any confirmation about them. And all these people have visited Guru Prasad, apart from East-West gathering. Apart from East-West gathering, I am telling about the other dates. These are not the dates of East-West gathering. These are the other dates. So these people have visited Guru Prasad. And now, these are some of the people who are alive now, who were in Guru Prasad in 1959 and also in 1960. Our Somshekarji is sitting here. And then that is Meherchand's family, and this is the Nori family. Nori, these three brothers, Nori, Hanumantrao, Surnarayana and Ram Subbarao. This gentleman actually, Mr. N.V.V. Satyanarayana, right from 1955 has attended that particular part. And that is Mr. Somshekar family, this one. And this is in Sundaribai Hall in 1959 itself. Baba has actually, there was a meeting was conducted by Shera Wajibdar. Shera Wajibdar actually. There, nearly about 20 people from Andhra has come to Sundaribai Hall, and they were in Baba's birthday celebrations. And in those days, that was called as, generally, those Baba's birthday, generally we used to say that it is D-Day. But those days, Baba's birthday was called as G-Day, God's Day. God's Day, it was mentioned as God's Day. So, that was this one. And then, this is the Meherstan Foundation, where Baba was having that Meherstan Foundation Day. So, this is, gentleman, is Bandela Bapiraju. Now, we have seen that beneficiary is 5 minutes. Okay, sir. Right, no problem, sir. Thank you. This is Bandela Bapiraju. He is actually a funny man with a solar topi. A solar topi is that type of topi. He always wore bright colors. So, and his talk made Baba laugh always. So, once Baba was, an incident occurred. In that incident, when this man, along with his son, has come, Baba, after seeing his attire, he laughed so much. And he said that in 5 minutes, he has lessened the weight of my universal burden. That is what Baba has said, because his way is so funny, it is so humorous and funny, so he has given it. And all these are the Hyderabad people. These are the Hyderabad people, and I've shown those Hyderabad people. This is the 1965 photograph. But these people, some of these people, many of these people, not some, many of these people, they visited Guru Prasad during that period of 59 to 62. Earlier I was talking about Andhra people, those 75 listies of Andhra. This is only purely of Hyderabad. This list is purely of Hyderabad. So now, Mr. Neelam Sanjeev Reddy also visited, and Baba, he is the former president of India. He has visited Guru Prasad during this time, and Baba has given this particular message actually to Neelam Sanjeev Reddy. So it is better to deny God than to defy him. Sometimes our weakness is considered as strength, and we take delight in this borrowed greatness. So all this complete, actually, this is you can get it in Lord Meher. So, and Baba has sent Adi, this is the spire. You can see that a quotation was posted on that spire. For the spire ceremony of Meherabad, Baba has sent Adi Kairani and Senior Adi and Jalbai for the spire ceremony. So, on the spire ceremony was made in 1961, actually, what we call as Sikra Sthapana. So, while in Guru Prasad, Baba was in 61, Baba was giving only for 1 hour, darshan for 1 hour. And for that 1 hour, 200 people traveled from Andhra to Baba. 200 people. Baba was giving darshan for only 1 hour. So for that 1 hour, 200 people traveled from Andhra to Guru Prasad. Now what happened is, Baba scolded Dhanpati Rao Naidu. Didn't you read the circular that only close lovers should come? And you have brought so many people, and for such a short time means, so that was the answer what Baba has given him. So, I was showing that the different committees, they were doing Baba's work in Andhra. So these are the different committees. See, literature committee is there, songs committee is there, and then a separate committee for everything. They spread the name of Baba in such way. Now this is Divyavani. This is the magazine which started publishing about Baba. Earlier the magazine Divyavani was there, but it was for a different purpose. It was used for a different purpose. But after Satyaprakash Udasin became editor, he started printing about Baba in Divyavani. So in 62, Mr. Krishna Rao has come to Guru Prasad, and he went to Talim, and he has given the money, and he came to Meherabad, and he came to Guru Prasad and invited Baba. Baba, please come and inaugurate the Meherabad statue on 63/25. Actually, the first is on 63, February 25th was the date. But since Baba was not celebrating his birthday on that day, that inauguration was postponed to February 28th of 1963. So he invited Baba to that place. And in 62, in May 62, Baba did not allow many Andhra people over there, because already East-West gathering is coming over. So that is why Baba does not want his lovers to take strain. So he asked them to be to be at ease. So this is just what I have concluded now. Now, this is Shanta Devi. What Baba was saying about Guru Prasad is, you are blessed. I love you more than you love me. I have my nazar on you. Always Shanta Devi. Again, I am coming back to Guru Prasad. Now Baba says that Guru Prasad has become immortal. It will turn into a place of pilgrimage. With it, you too will become immortal, he said. So, in your place, I have done much more work. In your palace, I have done much more work for the whole universe. It has earned Guru Prasad a place of great importance. That's what Baba was saying to Shanta Devi about Guru Prasad. So many times, just now I said it, Maharani Shanta Devi has offered Guru Prasad, but Baba refused it, and we know the rest is the history. So this is what about Guru Prasad and the Andhra Lovers visits. Avatar Meher Baba Ki Jai. Sir, please.
History of the. So, in the palace of Maharaja Sayajirao Gaikwad's estate or his state was there in the Baroda, and the last, his border was in Navsari. So, Navsari was the headquarter, his army headquarter of Maharaja Sayajirao Gaikwad. So, before Fateh Sirao and Pratap Sirao Gaikwad came in the rule, Maharaja Sayajirao Gaikwad was the king. And Maharaja Sayajirao Gaikwad has a special relationship with Soma Desai. Soma Desai was declared as a collector. In those days, collector was known as a Suba. The Soma Desai was the Suba of the Navsari state, Navsari region. And Soma Desai was given a special privilege. So whenever Maharaja Sayajirao Gaikwad or Fateh Singh Gaikwad or Pratap Sirao Gaikwad coming to Navsari, the procession was coming on the road, and in that procession, the first Tonga horse carriage was of a Sayajirao Gaikwad, and just behind it, our Soma Desai was used to be there. And that Soma Desai was contacted by Baba in 1917, but he didn't meet him. He met him quite later on, in 1927, but he sent his followers, Baidul and all these people, to Soma Desai, and the Baidul and the Kakabaria told Baba that this Soma Desai is not an ordinary person. He is keeping so many his bodyguards and this and that, and he is a big landlord person. So I don't think that he will work for you. So all this detail I had given in my book, but the Soma Desai was having a special relationship with the Sayajirao Gaikwad, and Sayajirao Gaikwad is a declared him as a collector of Navsari.
Thank you so much. So, Patrick, we have that Arangao film, yeah.
This brings 1960 greetings from the heart of Meherabad as it beats in unison with that of Baba's lovers in all parts of the world. May that heart keep growing in the life-giving love of Baba, till there is no room for all that is not, and only Baba is. Baba's village of Arangan was blessed by his first program of the year. In response to the villagers' plea for a visit from their beloved master, their living Lord Krishna. Thus, on the morning of 2nd January, Baba started early for that short but shaky drive over bumpy roads to Meherabad and Arangan. Only one who has visited real India can have an idea of the utter poverty of the innumerable little villages that India is studded with. But Arangan, though equally poor in that sense, is not only unique in its good fortune of being chosen by Baba as the village near which to establish his first abode of Meherabad, but it is replete with his love. The arti was sung at the village Baba Centre, led by the best songstress of the group, a pretty little girl of about 9 who adores Baba. But that morning Prabha could not continue. Standing before the object of her arti, she soon broke down completely and just sobbed out her song of love. Baba gathered her into his arms and later said that such a song as hers was the true arti, coming from the fullness of the heart and needing no words. Quite regardless of the painful hip joint. It was estimated that Baba walked a total distance of at least 2 miles during that darshan visit. He said that it was their love that made him walk so far and so well over the dusty, uneven roads of the village. To us, it was just one more instance of our beloved placing such simple and sincere love above his own health and comfort. The village put on its most scrubbed and festive countenance for that morning of mornings, when Baba walked with them from home to home, smiled at them, embraced them, and gave each one his darshan. On the pathway by the huts of these poor, simple folk that Baba visited, the housewives had laid out their best saris for him to walk upon before entering their homes. He had a special greeting for the old barber, the first who used to cut the hair of the Mandali when Meherabad was established. As also for the old woman who had been his first servant in Meherabad.
chakula chetu tunachohitaji kusamehe makosa yetu, hey! Kama nasi tunavyowasamehe waliokosea, usituti katika majaribu, lakini uokoe na yule uokoe milele. me. Ako sa yetu hey. Kama na sikuna vyo sa me. E wale o se. Si tuti. Katika masharibu lakini. Uru okuwe. Na yule. Uokuwe ilele.
treasures in Meher Baba's messages. Just off the cuff, I would say that there is not a single message from Meher Baba which is not a treasure. So to choose among the many communications was not that easy. How about that? Is that better? So, if you're ready, I'm ready. It's a great treasure in Meher Baba's messages is the communication of his constant and eternal love for human beings in all forms in creation. That he is our Savior and guide, awakening the latent love that resides, though often hidden and repressed, in the human heart. In an extremely dangerous world that we live in nowadays, I have to work it out so my glasses focus also. If that's possible. This extremely dangerous time in mankind's history, due to the use of the human mind to invite self-destruction through the creation and proliferation of unspeakably destructive weapons. He is not condemning humanity for what might well be called an expression of the misuse of the masculine energy. What he is doing is bringing the feminine energy forward in order to create a balance of the energies, it seems to me. That a balance that is not self-destructive, but rather self-constructive. So I'm noticing that this balance is coming stronger and stronger in the human family. And one of his greatest gifts, comfort your rest. Is that not a Baba quote? That is a Baba quote, yeah. So whatever miraculous experiences are experienced by the lovers, he says, are but the outcome of their firm faith in him. He could, of course, he could give instant God realization and free everyone. But, quote, blessed is the knowledge that is gained through the experience of ignorance. So it must be clear that life at all levels, even from that of the emperor, is a school without walls that we are all attending. So, true humility spontaneously emanates from the strength of the truly great. Better the absence of greatness than establishing a false greatness. He warns us to beware of false modesty and false humility, which strengthen the ego. The God-incarnated man is indifferent to abuse and persecution. This all leads to his declaration, quote, that you and I are not we, but one, end quote. He consciously feels what each of us feels. So the message is that he is in us, each one of us. In other words, our assignment is to find him there within us. He says that love for God alone can eliminate the falsity of the limited ego, which is the basis of the life ephemeral. It alone makes one realize reality. These communications are of real values rather than temporary or unsatisfying values of the typical human being. And we could go on and on because this communication is truly endless. The fundamental treasure discovered in Baba's messages is the revelation of one's true identity. By the revelation of his identity and his mission in incarnation, he reveals our identity. In short, his identity becomes increasingly our identity when we realize who he is and why he has come to awaken us to his presence and clarify for us what stands in the way of our immediate recognition of ourselves and thus of him. As he writes in the universal message, in his universal message, to get nearer and nearer to God, you have to get further and further away from I, my, me, mine. You have not to renounce anything but your own self. It's as simple as that, though found to be almost impossible. It is possible for you to renounce your limited self by my grace. This is quoting Baba. By my grace. And I have come to release that grace. In many ways, for human beings, it is analogous to a lost child discovering his parent and experiencing that his parent loves him and takes care of him, that he may be safe and nurtured. The essence of the issue refers to unity and duality. The limited self of the human mind is convinced by experience that fundamental duality is real. Baba challenges that conclusion by emphasizing that duality is an illusion that convinces the mind but does not convince the heart. The heart can experience unity, whereas the mind experiences or trends to experience duality. That unity which the heart experience is, of course, called love. That's love. He models for us a consciousness that abides eternally in love, rather than in mind. He challenges us to shift the focus of our consciousness from mind to experience, the heart experience. When one is identified with mind, it is difficult, if not impossible, to be whole. Mind tends to be concerned with differences. It analyzes, it separates, it categorizes. Heart, on the other hand, tends to be concerned with sameness and connectedness, thereby can live in a world of oneness rather than exclusive manyness. Traditionally, the mind is associated with the male and the heart associated with the female, which is more than a bit simplistic, but indeed because there are feminine males and masculine females, when it comes to actual people rather than the intellectual or ideal stereotypes. So, to put it simply, Meher Baba comes as an embodiment of the heart, which does not exclude the mind, of course, but it's the heart that evaluates, leads, and guides his thought and deeds. After all, he is love. We could perhaps say that his heart is more real than his mind. Or we could say that his heart is his true identity. His love is more his true identity than his mind observations, his mind teachings. Perhaps we could say that his heart is more real than his mind, and that is his true identity, though in him, of course, he demonstrates that they are in perfect balance. So that basically is where I'm coming from when we talk about Meher Baba and his message and his influence on us and so on. Now, I'm not sure where to go from there. Any suggestions? Where should we go from there? I have some quotes that are relevant. So here's one that's called "What You Already Are." God is love, and love must love. And to love, there must be a beloved. But since God is existence infinite and eternal, there is no one for him to love but himself. And in order to love himself, he must imagine himself as the beloved whom he, as the lover, imagines he loves. Beloved and lover implies separation, and separation creates longing, and longing creates search. And the wider and the more intense the search, the greater the separation, and the more terrible the longing. When longing is most intense, separation is complete, and the purpose of separation, which was that love might experience itself as lover and beloved, is fulfilled, and union follows. And when union is attained, the lover knows that he himself was all along the beloved whom he loved and desired union with, and that all the impossible situations that he overcame were obstacles which he himself had placed in the path to himself. To attain union is so impossibly difficult because it is impossible to become what you already are. Union is nothing other than knowledge of oneself as the only one. This is a message from the Everything in the Nothing, Meher Baba quote. And God descends into the realm of illusion. It is for love that the whole universe sprang into existence, and it is for the sake of love that it is kept going. God descends into the realm of illusion because the apparent duality of the beloved and the lover is eventually contributory to his conscious enjoyment of his own divinity. The development of love is conditioned and sustained by the tension of duality. God has to suffer apparent differentiation into a multiplicity of souls in order to carry out the game of love. They are his own forms, and in relation to them, he at once assumes the role of the divine lover and the divine beloved. As the beloved, he is the real and ultimate object of their appreciation, and the divine lover, he is their real and ultimate savior, drawing them back to himself. Thus, the whole world of duality is only an illusion, and that illusion has come into being for a significant purpose. Love is the reflection of God's unity in the world of duality. It constitutes the entire significance of creation. If love were excluded from life, all the souls in the world would assume complete externality to each other, and the only possible relations and contacts in such a loveless world would be superficial and mechanical. It is because of love that the contacts and relationships between the individual souls becomes significant. It is love that gives meaning and value to all the happenings in the world of duality. But while love gives meaning to the world of duality, it is at the same time a standing challenge to duality. As love gathers strength, it generates creative restlessness and becomes the main driving power of the spiritual dynamic, which ultimately succeeds in restoring to consciousness the original unity of its being. That's a quote from the Discourses. Is it all right if I read these quotes? So switching now over to the other side, here's a dissertation on love. What is love? To give and never to ask. What leads to this love? Grace. What leads to this grace? Grace is not cheaply bought. It is gained by being always ready to serve and reluctant to be served. There are many points which lead to this grace. For example, wishing well for others at the cost of oneself, never backbiting, tolerance supreme, trying not to worry. Trying not to worry is almost impossible, so try. Thinking more of the good points in others and less of the bad points. So what leads to this grace? In addition to doing all of the above. If you do one of these things perfectly, the rest must follow. Then grace descends. Have love, and when you love, the union with the beloved is certain. When Christ said, love your neighbor, he did not mean fall in love with your neighbor, of course. When you love, you give. When you fall in love, you want. Love me in any way you like, but love me. It is all the same. Love me. I am pure, the source of purity. So I consume all weakness in my fire of love. Give me your sins, your weaknesses, your virtues. Give all to me. But give. I would not mind even one day, I would not mind even one falling in love with me. I can purify. But when you fall in love with anybody else, you cannot call it love. Love is pure as God. It gives and never asks. And that needs grace. The yogis in the Himalayas with their long eyelashes and their long beards, meditating, sitting in samadhi, they too have not this love. It is so precious. The mother dies for her child, supreme sacrifice, yet it is not love. Heroes die for their country, but that is not love. Love, you know when you have love. You cannot understand theoretically, you have to experience it. Yeah, Manu loved Leela. This was pure love. Not physical, not intellectual, but spiritual love. He saw Leela in everything and everywhere. He never thought of eating, drinking, sleeping without thinking of her. And all the time, he wanted her happiness. He would have gladly seen her married to another if he knew that would make her happy. And die for her husband if he thought that would she would be happy in that. At last it led him to me. No thought of self, but of the beloved, every second and continually. It needs grace. of all the forces that can best overcome all difficulties, the greatest is the force of love. And the greatest law of God is love, which holds the key to all problems. This mighty force not only enables one to put the ideal of selfless service into practice, but also transforms one into God. It has been possible through love for man to become God. And when God becomes man, it is also due to his love for his beings. I have several more quotes on love. Have we had enough, or should I read them? Love is dynamic in action and contagious in effect. Pure love is matchless in majesty. It has no parallel in power, and there is no darkness it cannot dispel. It is the undying flame that has set life aglow. The lasting emancipation of man depends upon his love for God and upon God's love for one and all. Where there is love, there is oneness, and in complete oneness, the infinite is realized completely at all times and in every sphere of life, be it science or art, religion or beauty. A constant wish to love and be loving are a non-calculating way to sacrifice in every walk of life, high and low, big and small, between home and office. Streets and cities, countries, continents. Love is the best anti-selfish measure that man can take in order to be really selfful and joyful. Of course, love also means suffering and pain for oneself and happiness for others. To the giver, it is suffering without malice or hatred. To the receiver, it is a blessing without obligation. Love alone knows how to give without necessarily bargaining for a return. There is nothing but love that love cannot achieve. There is nothing that love cannot achieve, and there is nothing that love cannot sacrifice. All the same, in order to burst out in a mighty big spirit to serve as a beacon for those who may yet be groping in the darkness of selfishness, love needs to be kindled and rekindled in the abysmal darkness of selfish thoughts, selfish words, and selfish deeds. The light of love is not free from the fire of sacrifice. Like heat and light, love and sacrifice go hand in hand. A true spirit of sacrifice springs spontaneously and does not and cannot reserve itself for particular objects and special occasions. Love and coercion can never go together. Love has to spring spontaneously from within. It is in no way amenable to any form of inner or outer force, and it cannot be forced upon anybody. Yet it can be awakened in one through love itself. Love cannot be born of mere determination. Through exercise of will, one can at best be dutiful. One may, through struggle and effort, succeed in securing that his external action is in conformity with his conception of what is right, but such action is spiritually barren because it lacks the inward beauty of spontaneous love. Like every great virtue, love, the mainspring of all life, can also be misapplied. It may lead to the height of God intoxication or to the depths of despair. No better example can be given of the two polarities of love and their effects than that of Mary Magdalene before and after meeting Jesus. Between these two extremes are many kinds of love. On the one hand, love does exist in all the phases of human life, but here it is latent or is limited and poisoned by personal ambitions, racial pride, narrow loyalties, and rivalries, and by attachment to sex, nationality, sect, caste, or religion. On the other hand, pure and real love also has its stages, the highest being the gift of God to love Him. When one truly loves God, one longs for union with Him, and this supreme longing is based on the desire of giving up one's whole being to the beloved. True love is very different from an evanescent outburst of indulgent emotionalism or the enervating stupor of a slumbering heart. It can never come to those whose heart is darkened by selfish cravings or weakened by constant reliance upon the lures and stimulations of the passing objects of the senses. Even when one truly loves humanity, one longs to give one's all for its happiness. When one truly loves one's country, there is the longing to sacrifice one's very life without seeking reward and without the least thought of having loved and served. When one truly loves one's friends, there is the longing to help them without making them feel under the least obligation. When truly loving one's enemies, one longs to make them into friends. True love for one's parents or family makes one long to give them every comfort at the cost of one's own. Thought of self is always absent in the different longings connected with the various stages of pure and real love. A single thought of self would be an adulteration. Okay. This is a treasure in Baba's messages. All of my quotes are about love, Gukaran. Words of my love. 5 minutes. Yes, you do. 5 minutes for love. And then what? All right. This is a short one. Maybe this should be the last one. Word of my love. This time of your being with me, I do not intend giving you a lot of words to exercise your minds. I want your minds to sleep so that your hearts may awaken to my love. You have had enough of words. I have had enough of words. It is not through words that I give what I have to give. In the silence of your perfect surrender, my love, which is always silent, can flow to you, to be yours, always to keep, and to share with those who seek me. When the word of my love breaks out of its silence and speaks in your hearts, telling you who I really am, you will know that that is the real word that you have been always longing to hear. Meher Baba. Okay. Good.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Hello. Thank you so much
Thank you very much.
from everybody.
Thank you very much.
And little bit, everybody has taken a drop of the love from you, and they must have stored in their hearts. And that is your contribution. So you must go satisfied.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, Jai Baba. Just take care. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Our next presentation is from Professor Ward Parks, and this is the continuation of yesterday's presentation, which was part 1. And this is about Francis Brabazon's Stay with God, part 2. So, Professor Ward, please, you are invited to continue with it.
I don't think I need it, if this is okay. Okay. Am I connected? Okay, let me get out, come in again. Let's see. Here we go. Jai Baba, everyone. As Gokran said, this is continuing from yesterday. Stay with God pertains to our program this year because it was published in 1959, the first year of our period. And in that year, Francis brought it to India, became one of Meher Baba's resident mandali, read it aloud for Baba, actually 3 times and more. And it was published later that year. Baba said many things about it to underscore its importance, like that it's second only to God Speaks. Last time I read a lot of the things Baba said. One of the nicest, I think, is Baba said it would appeal to the highest intellects and the simplest hearts. I think that combination of intense feeling and intellectual brilliance is a quality that Stay with God has. So last time I focused in good part on the history of how it was composed. Oh yes, another reason why for selecting this topic is that will be coming out in a 4th edition very soon. It's almost ready. I was the editor of it. And the 2 new elements are a historical biographical introduction about how Francis wrote it. Baba gave him the title. Baba told him to write it, and then Baba made many comments about it. But this session will be dealing more with a certain aspect of Stay with God. It is chock full of references of every kind to cultural history, European, Western, Indian, Chinese, all over the place. It's actually something that many people find to be forbidding about Stay with God, because Francis keeps presupposing that you know what he's talking about, when practically nobody is going to know anything, all of it. So this new edition will have a pretty complete glossary where just about every reference will be identified. I couldn't find quite all of them, but almost all. And I will say this too, and perhaps what my remarks will hopefully make it more vivid. Francis's references are not casually name-dropped at all. To the contrary, when you know what he's talking about, the references have tremendous power. And he builds great thematic complexes out of them. So I'll be focusing especially on one of these that comes up in the very opening stanza of Stay with God. I read it last time, but I'll be reading it again, concerning Kailash and the various themes associated with that. Yeah, here's the page signed by Baba. Baba signed many copies of it. And a few, this is the original manuscript, probably the one from which he read to Baba. Baba made corrections and changes in it. And the book is organized, it's an epic. The genre is epic. It's a modern epic divided into 5 books, just to repeat what I said last time. The first book, Meherabad, The Occurrence of Reality in Illusion, is a biography, a poetic biography of Baba, up to 1955, which is the year in which Baba gave him the directive to write the poem. And 1955 Sahavas is the narrative present of Stay with God. If we had more time, I could show you what is meant by that. So this is the life of... I should reiterate that in 1954, February, Baba had declared himself to be Avatar, the first time he publicly so declared himself. This order to write this book was given the next year, and Meher Baba's avatarhood is a major theme of Stay with God. Part of it is to proclaim the coming of the Avatar. So the first is reviewing his life. The second, the love song of John Carey, which is a name Francis has given for himself. It means him. And in this case, it's a very moving, very passionate, heartbreaking love song from him to Baba. So this shows Meher Baba as the beloved of his lover, right? This is another aspect of him. The third part is God speaking the question which reality asked itself, that is to say, who am I, in the beginning of illusion and its end. This relates the story of the divine theme, the journey of the soul from creation to God realization, in a poetic way. This is the subject matter of God Speaks. And when Baba gave Francis the order to write the book in 1955, exactly that very month, God Speaks was published. So Francis must have bought a copy, and so a lot of Stay with God is in its interrelationship with God Speaks. Now the last two are different. The Steps to His Feet is about what we need to do to get to actually come to the perfect master. It refers to it that way. And the last one, which is almost half the book, God, Man as World Access. You know, the Sufi term for a perfect master, kutub, means access. And this will be very relevant to Kailash, as we'll see in a minute. And Living Perfection of Art, the divine sun of reality shining through the mists of illusion. In our Baba culture today, this is without any comparison the most developed and most profound discussion of what art is. You know, in our trust deed, we have like 10 objects and purposes, and 5, 6, 7 of them have to do with art. So I personally feel that this book really should be part of our spiritual training program. Francis explores what art is in a very deep way. Here is, I want to reread the opening stanza of Stay with God. By the way, Baba dictated 3 messages specifically for inclusion in Stay with God, for this. And those in themselves are very significant messages and will be well worth reading. But this is the opening. It's what's called, for an epic, the term for it is a proem. I read from the Iliad, the Greek proem to that, and Milton's Paradise Lost, which are epics, to illustrate the tradition that Francis is relating himself to. So I would like to spend most of this session, Gokran had suggested I actually read some of the poetry and unpack it. That's what I'll be doing in large part. Sections that have reference, cultural reference, and trying to unpack some of that reference to show how he develops great themes through it. And the opening stanza introduces some of the major subject matter that the whole rest of the poem explores. So let me read this out. Wings towards the glaciers of Kailas, where the first fathers nourished the seed of God, and Shiva gentled Ganga, and Parvati walked by streams of living heart. For Shiva was Jesus before him, and Parvati his loveliness in the earth, as was Rama, as was Krishna, as was Abraham and Zarathustra, and Buddha and Muhammad in their loveliness, God's avatar, as is now Baba. Sing, Baba, your descent this time on earth, your brightness in our night, your comfort in our separation. We had Nathan this morning doing a reading from Carol Connor's discussion of the cycle of the 7 avatars. So you can see them right here. Francis is proclaiming the rebirth of the avatar. So some people find the poetry dense. So let's unpack it a little bit. As an English professor, I would observe the first sentence is ungrammatical. It does not have a verb. It does not have a predicate. Wings doesn't have any verb that predicates it. So what are we to take these wings to mean? It's a general statement, but I would put it this way. Wings belong to a bird, right? So it's implying birds of aspiration soaring and flying to Kailash, which would be like us. Let us fly like birds. Let us fly like swans. It's not as prosaic as that, but in other words, this is the goal of aspiration, the glaciers of Kailash. Well, what the heck are the glaciers of Kailash, and what does it have to do with Meherabad? Here is Mount Kailash. Has any of you ever been there, anyway? It's located right there. There's Mount Kailash. It's in China now, very close to Nepal and not too far from Delhi. It's a 22,000 foot mountain. Actually, people circumambulate it. It's a 34-mile walk. I've sort of felt I'd like to do that, although maybe I've gotten to be too old, I don't know. But it is associated with many things, but in one of the major associations is with Shiva and Parvati. Now, many of you will, Westerners particularly, who know anything, would associate with Shiva with Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. But Shiva is not limited to that. Shiva is for those who adore and worship Shiva, is God Almighty with many complex associations. He's associated with the Shiva Lingam, which is the phallus. He's an ascetic, a yogi. He has a cobra on his shoulder. And one of the associations is with his consort, Parvati. And according to tradition, they live up there on the peak of Mount Kailash. And Francis uses Shiva and Parvati as symbols for the two fundamental aspects of the master and of the God. This gets greatly developed. To use the Sufi language, Francis doesn't happen to use these terms here, but we could say the Jalali and the Jamali aspects. The Jalali is the fiery, and he identifies it with the sun, S-U-N. And the Jamali is gentle, merciful, mysterious, beauteous. And Francis identifies it with the moon. So if you read Stay with God, those are very ubiquitous, pervasive symbols that are all over the place. And we saw it right in those first lines. Shiva and Parvati represent those two. And this is the place associated with them. A lot of devotees of Shiva do the circumambulation of Kailash. To go look at the poem again, let's see, where are we? Here it is. Where the first fathers nourished the seed of God, and Shiva gentled Ganga, and Parvati walked by streams of living heart. Well, what the heck is this Shiva gentled Ganga business about? This is referring, so I'm illustrating his use of references. I imagine some of the Indians here might be acquainted with the story associated, but the story is this, that this is in the Puranas, that are some of the great sacred literature of India. There was a king, Sagar, who was the founder of the Sagar dynasty. And back in those days, families were very big. He had 60,000 sons. Some of you may have read the Mahabharata, where the Kauravas had 101 or something, so that was a very small family by comparison with Sagar. And they were doing a horse ritual, and this is for establishment of a kingdom. And the horse wandered into the sacred ashram of a rishi. If you encounter Vedic rishis, be careful, because if they curse you, you're in real trouble. Well, they accused Kapila, the rishi, of stealing their horse. And he, in fury, cursed them. And I forget what happened to them. Maybe they got turned into ashes or were condemned to hell. And their nephew, Bhagirat, who was the king of that dynasty, wanted to rescue his 60,000 uncles. You know, rescuing one uncle might be deemed a big job, but he had 60,000. And so he did 1,000 years of penance. See, this is what Francis is using this story. And to Shiva, and I don't remember if he did it to Shiva or not, but the only way to purge the sin would be to bring Ganga, the Ganges River, which at that time was up in heaven. It was not down on earth. To bring it down to earth to purge away the sin, right? Now, to anticipate, this will be like the descent of grace from God's state down to humanity. Francis is going to use it with that meaning. But Ganga was a lady, a goddess who was very spirited and non-cooperative. And if she was going to come down, she was just going to come down with a crash, which would destroy the entire world. You see, grace needs to be mediated, right, by the perfect one. So Shiva was approached and agreed to to buffer the fall of it. This is a picture of it. See, here she is coming down. This is another picture of her descending in his dreadlocks. And then the water would be buffered and could flow across the earth and be a blessing to it, you see. So this could be, Francis takes this as a symbol for what the Avatar does. He mediates the descent of grace from the beyond state of God through his physical incarnation so it can be a blessing to the world, right? You get the idea? So this is going to be a very fundamental symbol of Shiva, and in that opening line that we read, where is it here? Yeah, here we go. So, and Shiva gentled Ganga, right? So you see what that is? He made Ganga gentle in her descent to the earth. And Parvati walked by streams of living heart. You see the poetic sequence of the ideas? Once the river has been made gentle, it can be a place. Parvati is like Mera, right? That's what he means, the Mera aspect of things. It can be a beautiful place where she can walk by streams because they've been made gentle, right? So you see the theme he's establishing. The descent of grace, which, for Shiva was Jesus before him. Francis seems to take Shiva sometimes to be a primordial avatar. There are some traditions, usually the avatar is Vaishnavite, not Shaivite, but there are some stories that make him, anyway, Francis represents him thus. So Shiva was Jesus before Jesus was. There's a quote in the Bible that this echoes, actually. And Parvati, his loveliness in the earth. So here you have the two fundamental aspects of things. Shiva and the loveliness or beauty or Jamali aspect, which is represented by Parvati. Are you getting all of this? This is really, there's a lot here. There's really a lot here. As was Rama, as was Krishna, all of them, and their loveliness. That would be their female counterparts, that aspect of them. God's avatar, as is now Baba. So you see how much he's actually put on the table right here. And then Sing Baba, this is that epic tradition I read from the Iliad last time. Menin aede thea palea diochleos. Menin means wrath. Aede means sing. Thea means goddess. Sing, O goddess. Because I, as a poet, as Francis, am incapable of doing it. I have neither... I don't have any of the abilities to do that. You have to do it. He says, only if you, Baba, sustain my flight, right? Wings toward the glaciers of Kailash. Well, what's going to enable me to engage in a flight like this, comparable to what Vyasa and Homer and Valmiki did? See, Francis has put a high bar for himself, and he seems to have achieved it. According to Baba, give knowledge to my intellect and unbind the empathy of my heart. So there too you have the mind and the heart aspects. Can this work be done? Not miracle, but faith. Faith that is grace, and grace your miracle. Grace is very specifically the miracle of the God-man. It's the breaking of the water of the Ganga in the descent to earth. So that really enunciates some of the big themes of Stay With God. So I'm going to just jump to a couple of other passages relating to this. Here's he has a whole section where he talks at length and with elaborated stories about, I'm using the word, the Jalali and Jamali aspects, or the sun and the moon, right? Which we just saw with Shiva and Parvati. He's telling the story of the 1920s and the Manzili meme, etc. Here so this is the Manzili meme, right, in Bombay. Here the disciples lived under a strict rule. Baba was their mother and father. As the one, he served their every need. As the other, he taught them and chastised them of their hindrances to pure self, a caring and instructing, perfect in method and result. Okay, so those are the two sides of things. His transition from one role to the other was as swift as one turning from the moon to look at the sun when both are in the sky. And his expression of mood as extreme, the cool gentleness of the moon and the fierce burning of the sun. God is the face of the moon to the eyes of children and lovers, and gold is the sun in the blood of nursling heroes, and the moon, sun man, is the gold of God in the hearts of hero lovers. We could spend a long time with just that, but it's really very beautiful poetry. These are Baba's two aspects. So he spends about 2 or 3 pages telling stories and then reiterates the theme, which is here. Let us return to the tale. But where did we ever leave the tale? He's been digressing about Shamsi Tabriz and Rumi and Naropa and Tilapa, stories from spiritual lore. So he's saying, why are you digressing? That which furthers our argument is not really a digression. The point we have been explaining is that the true master has two sides, the gentle and the strong, the smooth and the rough, just as the world of people has two sides to it. The woman whose mystery is in her gentleness, and the man whose strength is in his pride. These two, the shadows of the shadow of the loveliness and glory of God. Okay, this is a very clear statement of this theme. Okay, how much time do I have? 10 more minutes? Okay, so I'll just look at a couple of passages quick. This one, it would be wonderful to spend a whole 40 minutes just on this. But in this section, Francis has gotten to the great seclusion, and he does an interpretive poetic explanation of what that means, using night and day, moon and sun, and those two aspects. Seclusion is like the night of withdrawal, and coming out to do his work is like the daytime of expression. And he brings up some of these same themes here. Okay. Sorry, I lost the page. Here we go. Okay. On Kailash, Shiva endlessly enjoys his existence knowledge bliss. At Chittambaram, he dances the world into being and gloriously sustains it. Okay, what is Chittambaram? That is a temple in South India. This is the sort of thing that the glossary will explain, featuring sculptures of Shiva, and particularly in this aspect. This aspect is called Nataraja, the dancing Shiva. And this is the Shiva who creates the entire universe, sustains it, and dissolves it again at the end. So we saw in what we just were looking at, the Shiva who creates, who abides in existence, knowledge, bliss, transcendently, but then destroys it all. Let's see, where the heck are we? Sorry. Yeah, here we are. So he dilates upon that a little bit. His dance, this would be the dance of Nataraja, that aspect of Shiva. Remember, Shiva is the one up on the peak of the mountain, on Kailash. His dance has brought confusion upon us. We are intoxicated by the movement of it. Now, this is where the kind of deeply personal, passionate strain of Stay with God. Would that we were drunk by his beauty. Then would our hearts be Chidambaram, that's the place associated with Shiva, and the burning ground of our desires. Shiva Baba, We have caught a ray from your eyes' light. Send fire to burn out the dead stump of our life's tree. If we are not willing to be consumed by your love, how can we lay down our lives for you? Now, I don't know if any of you have ever tried to burn out a dead stump. That problem doesn't seem to come up in India so much. But a couple years ago in Avatar's abode, they had to do it. And it takes like 3 days, a huge tree stump. And that's the ruin of all our past lives and all our karma. These two are really extraordinary. We are trapped in a 9-gated house surrounded by bushfires. This is actually a reference to one of the Puranas, where the 9-gated city is a symbol for the self, the false self of a particular lifetime. Across the valley, on the shore of the lake, is the city of spirit, crowned by my Father's mansion. Towering in grandeur beyond this is Kailash itself, where my ineffable Lord Baba has his home. So if you can get the scene, we gross conscious ordinary people, except for those of you who are on the plains or perfect masters, most of us, we're on this, across a lake, and there's actually 3 tiers. He developed this in an earlier passage, the first 3 planes. And when you get above that, you get to the city of love, which is the mental world of the 5th and 6th plane. Francis explained this in an earlier section. But beyond that is Mount Kailash, which is transcendent God himself. By the way, let me say right now, the axis mundi, the axis of the world, a mountain represents that. It is the axis of the perfect master going from the horizontality of the earth plane up to the utter transcendence of God. So this whole scene he's drawn, this is where we are, right? Kailash is visible far in the distance. Yet he wandereth the city streets, peering in every doorway, looking for me. Who is he? Baba, Lord Shiva. That's his place, but he's come all the way down to this wretched world of mine, looking for me. Nay, fool, look, he subdueth the fires in the hillside around my wretched shack. That's the wretched lives that so many of us, I'll say it for me, that I lead. With the water of his tears. So there are fires burning everywhere. What are the fires? Our cravings, right? And he waters them with his tears and quenches a pathway for my feet. I think this is a very moving passage myself. Most copious are his tears, the tears of each one who weeps. His tears are actually our tears. Now look at this. Look at how he brings back the Ganga image. This is an illustration of his use of poetic metaphors. Ganga herself falling from heaven and coursing down his cheeks and filling the 5 oceans. You get, Shiva took the waters on his head, but now Francis is saying he is weeping. This is his weeping for us. Isn't that a beautiful transformation of that myth? And now he says, a man of sorrows. Well, that is straight from the Christian Jewish world. A man of sorrows and acquainted with grief. Jesus was the one who suffered. Okay, since the time is so short, I'll jump. But this is, I think, a really extraordinary passage, the whole thing, about explaining Baba's great seclusion. That's what he wants to lead into. So this is a passage much later in the book where he comes back to this theme. This is a completely different use of the Kailash story, and it's based on a book by this guy, Hamsa. It's a really moving book. He wrote it in 1908 in Marathi. He was a lover of Lord Dattatreya. How much time? Like a couple minutes? Okay. He was a really sincere, he was a Brahmin, but just a sincere, simple guy. And he wanted a personal vision of Lord Dattatreya, you know, Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh. It's one of the forms of worship in India. And it's an unbelievable story of his travel up. It wasn't so easy to get there. They attacked by dacoits, almost killed. And he wanted to have the personal darshan of Lord Dattatreya himself. And he had the idea that if you get up on Mount Kailash, there's a little lit pond there, Gaurakund, way up there in the ice and snow. He was going to go up there all alone and meditate until he either got the personal vision of Dattatreya or died, right? And when you read it, just the simplicity and sincerity of the guy is really something. So, oops. So here, oh, sorry, I keep losing my page. So Francis includes one of the culminating passages where he actually has the vision of Lord Dattatreya, which is right here. So it's in quotation marks, but when you read the whole book, you see what has led up to this. The sun was setting over Sri Kailash. I bowed to the four directions, spread my tiger skin on the ice, planted my staff on the right, and cried, "Victory to the Lord my Master," then sat in Siddhasana facing north, fixing his glorious image between my eyes. When you read it, I mean, it was a frozen place. The likelihood of surviving this was very small. Cruel winds, bitter cold, snow up to my chest, but unbounded love defeated these enemies. On the third day, the Lord Dattatreya, in his physical form, came to me, picked me up as a child, and caressed me. Manas merged into Antakarana, Antakarana into Chitta, Chitta into Buddhi, into Ahamkara, and all into the Satchidananda of the Supreme Self. Now, this is the language of Vedanta and Samkhya. The glossary will explain every one of those terms for those interested. But if this is true, what it is describing is God really complex of ideas. Because the lake below there, Manasarovar, is associated with swans. And the swan is the symbol of the swan looking at its own reflection in the lake, is the six-plane soul seeing its own image as God from its transcendent state. So here we have Kailash used in a different way as a scene of a modern seeker who actually had this experience there of Dattatreya. How much time do I have? Is that it? Okay, I'll say this, and the last aspect of Kailash, you see, I was talking from the very opening stanza, Kailash, and how Francis uses it. This is a really important one, and he spends half the book on it. And that is the Kailash, there we had the things we were looking at before. Yeah, the Kailash temple in Ellora, which Baba visited many times. And apparently the shape of the hillside mirrors the profile of the mountain. I saw an image of this. Francis uses this as the symbol for what art should be, what real art should be, which is the highest of art is God himself descending into form and molding perfect form in his own likeness. The avatar himself, incarnate, is the highest art. And the secondary art is people who see that and try to make the likeness of it. Very developed and very extraordinary. And he uses this, the Kailash temple, as the very epitome of what real art is. Okay, as you can see, there is so much more that can be said, even about this Kailash idea, but about this truly magnificent book, which is without equal in our Meherabad library at the present time. Jai Baba.
Thank you, Ward, so much. And actually, we have no proper words to thank you for this. And this particularly, this presentation prompts us to have a deeper understanding about this. And we would share that in our next sharing, that is discovering the Avataric treasure. So there we will have this reference. Now I would request Sridhar Bhai Sahab, Ward Park, please come and sit here in the front. Can you bring one chair from there, that chair, plastic chair, 2 chairs, please bring. Ward, please come and sit here.
The hot seat. So we do a version of This Is Your Life. We know it's fun.
Jai Baba.
Actually, this is a 14th year of this program. And the title is Discovering the Avataric Treasure. And on that particular aspect, the title is never discussed. And what we have discussed, we have mainly concentrated on Baba's life and work, and which is recorded in different books, different sources, and people, the presenters mostly picked up from that, and they presented it. So that was our approach. But actually when the title is there, then what we are getting out of it, because ultimately the treasure that we receive, that will be ours. So that is our intention here today, because now we are coming very close to end this series. At the most 2 more chances would be there, 2 more annual programs. So let us have this. And I would just introduce my ideas, what we are going to discuss in this treasure. When we say that discovering the Avataric treasure, then what we are trying to approach. And I would start with Baba's own version. In the beginning, when Baba, one question, that Baba, when the next avatar is coming, because they would be talking about the Kalki avatar and all that. So they simply asked him when the next avatar is coming. And Baba that time was quoting from some other perfect masters, different things, their stanzas. So he quoted one of the stanzas that first bring the mother of the avatar and then talk about the avatar. If mother is not there, then where is the avatar? So this was the beginning. And so for that, today, Baba gave us this chance to celebrate his own declaration on 10th February 1954. So we are in the 70th year of that declaration. So here is the avatar first. When you are discovering the treasures of the avatar, then first bring the avatar. So Baba is here now among us, and then we will discuss about the treasures of the avatar. Now another thing, when we have Baba with us, so first discovery is Baba himself. He is among us. Then second point which I feel, that this is open for your own ideas, but what I am just trying to bring out is this, that Baba's own lovers, as Baba stated, that the saints are my treasure and the sinners are my liability. So here modify this little. My lovers are my treasure and my non-lovers, because my lovers have a tendency to say that so and so is not a Baba lover, which is a wrong approach. Everybody is a Baba lover, only somebody has realized that Baba loverhood and somebody has not realized. So Baba is constantly, Baba lovers are his treasure and non-Baba lovers are his liabilities whom he is converting into that. So this is one of the second thing that all of us, for example, all these 2 days presentations, how they are made. They are the treasures. They have worked so much hard, how many days, how much energy they have put in making these presentations that we do not know. So this is one of the important aspects. And then we have to find out of what particular thing, what we have discussed, what we have shared. So it is open for you that we have to give that from different, because everybody may not have attended all the 14 programs, 14 annual programs, but they have attended some. So let us have, and most of us are actually hesitant in coming out and saying something. So I would request you, everybody, that whatever you feel, what treasure you have discovered, that may be your own perception, which you may be feeling that I should not bring it out. But do not feel hesitant. Even if it is wrong, please bring it out. So I will again now ask Ward Park to just again explain what I wish to do and let them come out.
Yeah. Well, as you're speaking, this image came to mind of imprints or footprints.
Yeah.
There's a beautiful line by Simab. Do you happen to remember that one?
Yeah.
How does that go? When I found your footprint, I found you, something like that. Simab, this a ghazal. Does anybody remember that line? How does... I what, everything? I saw everything? I gained everything when I saw your footprint. Yeah, this is a very... when this ghazal was being sung before Baba, Baba stopped and said he had just given God realization to the poet. So I would call that a successful poem myself. But that, in a way, the avatar, is discovering the Avatar treasure. I feel it's like searching, looking at those footprints of his. And in my own limited way, what I would say is, it never fails to show him. When you search his footprints, it sometimes takes time, it can take patience, but the more deeply, wherever his footprints are that you happen to see them. And one of the ways is about his life and his teaching and message, and his footprints are everywhere, but that's what we kind of focus on here.
Yeah.
And I think the more deeply you study and delve into the footprint, the more the man who made the footprint appears before your eyes.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
Yeah. And another thing from his presentation, one thing appears very important and may be considered as a nice also, that Baba is talking about all his previous advents, and that is the reference here. Now from this book, this will be a significant book for future in the sense that when we talk about other avatars, previous avatars, then actually this would be wrong to say, but it is to be explained that in previous avatars connection, we are encaged in some religious cage. When we talk about Ram, we are Hindus. When we talk about Muhammad, we are Muslims. When we talk about Christ, then we are encaged in a cage which is called as Christianity. And this is for the first time, as Meher Baba, he is not putting us in any cage of any religious name, that Meher Baba lovers or Meher Baba following, you have to be like this. And this book, why Baba is putting so much stress, so much importance on this book? Because there are references of all other religions in this. And when people in future, they will have respect for Baba, they would not immediately accept Baba as the avatar, but they will have respect. And if this book is translated in many world languages, Then when a Hindu reads that part of Ram, when a Christian reads that Christ, somebody, Buddha reads that particular, then they will have that respect for Baba. And there, this cage is dissolving. So why Baba? God speaks never dissolves the cage. Because God speaks, you have to be a Baba lover first. Then you will understand God speaks. God speaks is not for masses, general people. But this book will become for general people, all religious people. They would read, and that particular part will touch, and respect will be gathered for Meher Baba. That Meher Baba is dissolving all barriers, and he's laying emphasis or importance to my avatar, Ram or Krishna or Buddha. So this is my perception, and I think we go by our own personal perceptions, which is conjectural, and everybody should have their own conjectural perceptions, and this is the purpose of this particular discussion, that please come out, whatever you might be feeling. So this is just to start, and Bob will say something more about that, what I said, that this is going to be a future book for all the religion, dissolving the cage of religions. Yeah.
Let me put my glasses on. So I think if I took the assignment right, you were asking, I took it as, what was Meher Baba's gift? What was his treasure for us? And I was actually really inspired by Eric and the very simple sort of offering of those messages. Is it too loud? Up? More? I don't want it. Those messages of love that were so unfiltered through the mind that there wasn't a lot of intellect. So if it's okay, I made some notes from what you were saying, what I thought the treasure was. And also I should admit this is my first time here, so I don't have 14 years to reference, but just this weekend's work. Thank you. I am thoughtful on the one hand, and Gokuran pointed this out this weekend, how in this Avataric Advent, this Advent of Advent, as Nathan has pointed out, this Kalki Avatar, has essentially for the first time told us everything. This is unprecedented. He has not, it is not only in his books and discourses where everything is now explained, the secrets are all revealed, but as Murshid O'Connor points out, he also told us everything he was doing, step by step. Some of it seemed mysterious at the time, or esoteric, but he told us every step of the way what he was doing and why he was doing it. So here on one hand, we have this incredible intellectual treasure, unprecedented, to engage us essentially for lifetimes. Like, this is part of this conference. What did he mean by this? What was happening? To really dive into and absorb on every level of our being. There's a whole journey right there. And I would say, and yet, on the other hand, we have him offer the treasure of what he called experience. Even one drop, not only of his divinity, but again, as Murshida points out, this opportunity to collaborate in his agenda, to ask for our help, to ask to share the burden, to make that explicit, to help give that experience of his plans for humanity. So I took, again, the assignment as personal. What do I think about this? So I said, my personal answer was, I do not like to think in hierarchies that the intellectual is more important than the heart. But if I had my choice, after all the intellectual engagements of a lifetime, which I do enjoy, I would give anything to be with him at Guru Prasad in 1962 and experience that oneness for only just a single moment. And as a last note, I would say more personally, I'm sure this is shared by many here, the treasure of this Advent is the miracle that he found me in this universe of universes, that he could bring me here with you, that he could give me this life with him. It is so astonishing to walk with him hand in hand. And to me personally, it's more astonishing than the cycle of cycles and the mathematics that Nathan described. Okay, that was it.
Jeffrey, don't sleep. You have to say something. Come on.
Okay, sorry, I was post-lunch nodding out. Thank you all for your talking and wonderful presentations. Is this better? What comes to my mind is the real gift or treasure. The real treasure is finding Baba within myself. I think that's where he wants us to find him. Ultimately, through loving him in the reflection. And then the ability to see Baba in others, past my fears, past my judgments, past my longings, past my own sanskaras or wants, if you will. What's come to me in this couple of days is the universality of Baba and others. For example, last night I was reading a book, St. John of the Cross is Dark Night of the Soul, and in there he has the analogy of the mother loving the baby, and then eventually the baby going off on his own, and that also came up in Eric's messages from Baba. He mentioned that. And as he was reading, I said, where did I hear this before? Just recently, where did I hear this before? And then I realized that, I read that somewhere else. And to me, that's a sort of an endless reflection of Baba. Like when you place two mirrors in front of each other and it goes on to infinity. And somewhere we are in that infinite reflection. So that's what comes to my mind. Who else? Next.
Let him come here.
Next case.
Yeah. Cyrus, come here and face the audience.
Jai Baba.
Sit.
Jai Baba to everyone. When yesterday Dr. Gokaran said, what is your take home from what is happening here? What I feel is the greatest treasure is Baba himself, in a sense. The very fact that perhaps this is the first time in the history of mankind that we are having the form of the avatar known to us. We are having the words from what we call as from the horse's mouth. It's not through somebody. We are having a films on Baba where we are able to see and meditate upon Baba's form, his movements, his expressions. That's a treasure. With regard to his words, there are many, like Eric said, a lot on love, heart, mind. What I feel is that, this is again my personal impression because I was fortunate enough to work upon a Gujarati book called Bailey's Diaries, which I was fortunate to have it translated into English. And Bailey himself considered to be the exact opposite of Baba. What a man should not be in terms of everything which is wrong, everything which is whatever you call it, sinful, depraved, etc. And the story goes that in spite of all that, there was only encouragement from Baba. He never condemned anybody. He always held out his hands and said, okay, what is past is past. And if Bailey can be forgiven and helped, I'm sure all of us can be. irrespective of how depraved we are, how sinful we are, whatever we may have done in the past, Baba only helps. And there's one message which is very dear to my heart, where Baba says, seeds germinate in soft soil. Seeds germinate in soft soil. I sow the seeds of my love, not in your strength, but in your weaknesses. It's a very powerful statement where Baba says that irrespective of who you are, it's like we have this app called OLX. I'm sure everybody knows. You have a car, you have a bungalow, you have some things, you just want to scrape it and you put it in the OLX and people come and take it off. So Baba accepts us as an OLX, as is where is condition. There is no precondition to becoming a Baba lover. We just are his, and that's a great, great good fortune for all of us. In the 30s, when the Western group came here, the Westerners came here, they were very intellectual. They would discuss a lot about circle members and samskaras, and if I'm doing this, how many samskaras are being accumulated, etc. And to put an end to all this, Baba said, the more you think about this, the more samskaras you are accumulating. So basically, my principle in life has always been the small message which Baba gave in the 1962 Sahwas. It's a very small message, East-West gathering. And that's very, very dear to my heart, because I am not the one to make efforts. I am very, in a sense, I'm very lazy. So here Baba says in the East-West gathering, the best is just to remember me and forget everything else, leaving everything to me. This is a complicated matter for those who are very interested in spirituality. It is the very simplicity of the matter makes it more complicated, because we are all interested in spirituality. This is a complicated matter for those who are very interested in spirituality, but not for those who love me. Try to remember me, try to please me, try to do as I wish. That is how you should live in the world, otherwise it is too complicated. Meher Baba. So that's about all. I think I try as far as possible to make my life as simple as possible without getting into the complexity of why this and what this, and accept everything that comes as Baba's prasad. Thank you very much. Jai Baba.
Jai Baba.
Jai Baba. Well, I think that, part of love and loving anything in life is truly appreciating it and being thankful for it. And so I think the treasure of the program and the treasure of studying Baba's life is having a deeper understanding of the intricacies of Baba's life and work and the immensity of it, and how it all fits together down to the last detail. And no matter how many times you review Baba's life or anything about it, you always find a new, fresher, deeper perspective, a new appreciation, a new vista, something that you never thought of before. And so in reviewing 1959 and 1962, those are such big years in his work, in the history of the world, being brought to the brink of total destruction, and reviewing that and thinking about it. When you see it from every detail and every facet over the course of 2 days, I think the treasure is that, like Gabby was saying, first he told us everything that he was doing, step by step. We see it all on camera, via video, photos, in his own hand, signing Francis's book. It's all visible for you to see and appreciate. And when you see it from top to bottom and you know what he's doing at the top, and then you see the talks about what he was doing, there is no high and low, but he was walking on the streets of Pune during this phase in his immense suffering, going from house to house, just sitting in people's houses, hanging out with them. He was walking through the streets of Arangan during the East-West gathering, just hanging out and seeing people. When you review it, the esoteric side that he had Erich read out to everyone, which we'll probably see more of in the video this afternoon. It's like, wow, that is awe-inspiring to have a deeper appreciation of that he's just walking around, spending time with everyone, at the same time that he is doing the universal work of all universal work and the suffering of all suffering, and basically Erich saying that it's a miracle that he even made it to the East-West gathering and that the world didn't collapse in on itself. And so I think that's Baba's touch, and that's the treasure, of being able to come together and study it from every perspective, his pain, what he was doing on a day-to-day basis, because that's really what love is when you love something, you just want to know everything about that person. You want to make sure they're okay. You want to think about them all the time. You just appreciate and are thankful just that they're in your life. And with Baba, same principles apply. You just want to know everything that he was doing. And then when you see everything that he was doing, you have even more appreciation and thankfulness for everything that he was doing day to day to day. It's awe-inspiring. And I think that's the treasure that he gave us, because he didn't have to tell us everything that he was doing. He didn't have to read out messages and, explain things to his lovers, and he did, and that was for us, and it helps us to love him.
Thank you so much, thank you. Manisha. Hello. So, this is what we are witnessing. Actually, when the Mandli passed away, then people were discussing, after Mandli, what is there? Some people were getting detached also. But now, see, in Baba's theme of creation, there's one very important term, that is evolution. And this evolution you can witness now, the younger generation, what we could not do. We have been failing. This younger generation is taking over. And you have seen so many youngers, they have presented so nicely. One is here, two are sitting there, 2, 3 have already presented. So they are taking it over, and this is Baba's work of manifesting his treasure. Treasure is there, but it was locked, and now it is open. So you can have access to that, and that we are seeing that this is happening. So now here is another one to share what she feels about this.
Yeah, for me, I feel the treasure has always been there, be it the life of Rama, Krishna, because Ram, he was from a royal family and he led a life of renunciation for 14 years. And when we look at Baba's suffering, his silence for more than 44 years, it's like a miracle. And when I would come for this legacy program, I could sometimes, draw some parallels between Baba and the previous avatar. So this time the duration was 1959 to 62, and Vishnu died in Pune, and Baba was by his side, and Baba said that he was very fortunate. So I was reminded of Jatayu. Jatayu was a vulture, and he was the one who was trying to save Sita when she was being abducted. So, and he died in, if I'm right, in Ram's arm. So I could draw parallel between the present avatar and the previous avatar. And it was truly an enriching experience from me. I have learned so much from all the other speakers and still discovering. Thank you. Jai Baba.
Baba's sister Mani Auntie would explain one very touching thing which is pertaining to the younger generation. And that is in Gujarati, she would say that Fire so chare. This means it is about the cattles. When they are grazing more and more space, they are moving, so they are able to graze more. And with our age, we are confined to a particular place, and this younger generation is allowed to move more and more and collect more information. For example, one of the house visit presentation which you have seen. So that person is very young and he could move and go to different places and see, which we could have not done. So this is one of the advantages. It is not just the manifestation of the treasure, but who is also handling that treasure, who is capturing, who is grabbing that treasure. So that depends also. So many, many facets are there. So please, say something. Your turn. Say something.
Okay. Well, one thing about discovering the treasure is it truly expresses that it's really there, you know. It's not, there are so many things in the world where you invent value, you infuse value, you put value into things. Yeah, it's good to try to do that sometimes. But in all matters pertaining to Baba, it's actually there in truth. And when you search through some trace or some imprint or through some story or some passage in his words or through some thought related to him, there really is an untold wealth that bubbles up, that returns. It really and truly is there. I find, you know, I work with Baba's words so much, and find that, you know, after 50 years, reading and rereading and studying, I'll keep having the experience. It's like I never read this before. Baba keeps sticking new material into his books, and that's because of the infinity that is behind everything connected with him. And that is why our effort to search, you know, discovering, is there could be no better object for us to direct that towards than anything associated with him. It actually doesn't matter whatever one's temperament is. Some people read, some people, you know, like to cook, some people do the, you know, go to arty, some people, whatever it may be, think of them. But anything associated with him has him within it, in the reality of it, to be discovered. And by searching more and more and more and more, one finds more and more and more and more and more.
Janice, please come here. This would be the end of the program.
Jai Baba. Yes, as I'm listening to everyone else, it's all perfect what everyone says and has offered today. It's very beautiful through the whole twice program. And I have to think and speak about what is most simplistic and obvious probably to everyone here, but that Baba is the diamond and his jewels, the great treasure that surrounded him, were his circle, his mandali, and that everything that we're speaking about today, we would have so little idea about it if it wasn't for the offerings of the mandali and the way he used them, like his arms and his legs. If we didn't have Chanji keeping those diaries, and Ramju and Bailey keeping those diaries, if we didn't have Bauji to have plunged into those diaries in order to write Meher Prabhu, if Francis hadn't had that extraordinary preparation in Baron von Frankenberg's library to have this incredible intellectual and esoteric preparation, and then his love and obedience to be able to surrender to Baba and obey him and stay with God, and to, as Bauji did and as Francis did, to invoke Baba to lay their spirit down so that he used them like his arms and legs, as he said he used them. And they became the conduit, the messenger for everything. And they had just the sliver of personality left, enough to form his circle instead of being constantly one with him. And the people like Kaikobad or Gustaji, these people in the background, Mera, who stayed 20 years in her overcoming her terrible grief, to share all her memories and let them be recorded in spite of her life of seclusion. So I could go on, but that point is that is a great treasure that Baba has given to us who did not get to be with him, and has given to everyone to give us this extraordinary record of his life and his works. Jai Baba.
Thank you so much. I would like to, I would like to conclude. I would like to conclude with one very important observation, and that is, before Baba, we were not having any syllabus. When we join any class, even nowadays in primary school, they have a graduation. The boy is just joining the school, doesn't know the meaning of graduation, but there's a graduation. And why the graduation is there? Because syllabus is given that this is the topic, these are the topics you have to study, this. And this continues up to the end, the post-graduation. And before this, in any other advent, every one of us was a follower of some or the other advent. But we never knew this thing, that what is the soul's journey and what is our destination. And this is for the first time Baba has given us the syllabus, although we may be just in a Monterey school, kindergarten, but we are given the syllabus of the final class, that you have to go up to that. How much time you will take, that is not in our hands, but at least he told us the journey of the soul, from where you are coming and where you are going. And not only that, in God Speaks chart, that journey, soul's journey is shown, but somebody has pointed out very nicely that, do you know from where you are coming? It is not just on this earth. You have been on other planets, and how much evolution has taken place, and how much you have come here, how much time it has taken, and how long the journey was there, and how fortunate are you that you are not now in human form and in the time of the avatar who's telling you about your journey, all the back journey. And when Baba came, simultaneously the sciences also evolved. The term evolution came into being before Baba introduced. Darwin brought this term, and involution is not there, but involution is in biological term, which is called as involute. Two parallel things are meeting each other, folded over each other, that is involute action. So from there, these terminologies also came with Baba, which were not there before, evolution and all these, journey of the soul. India had this much understanding that whatever karma you do, you would revert back. And Baba has just clarified that once you are a human being, you never go back. So at least that assurance is there. As others have pointed out, whether you are like Bailey or you are like somebody, Baba is always accepting you. And he never tells your faults. He would never say. Personally, if you are very close to him, then he may point out, but publicly he would never point out those things. And the greatest gift which he has given, this slogan, that mastery in servitude, which in India is understood in a more greater, deeper meaning. And that mastery in servitude is that in India they say, Neki kar darya mein dal. That means whatever good you do to others, never tell, never disclose, not even to that person. And Baba has never disclosed whatever, every moment, every day, every morning when we get up, we have some problem, and by the evening it is resolved. But Baba never says that I have helped you, this problem and that problem. He solves all our problems, and that is the mastery in servitude, greatest service to us. So I would now request our panel senior person, Ward Park, to conclude this, and with gratefulness to everybody for participating, we are closing this particular discussion. Please conclude that.
Conclude?
Yeah.
I hardly know what to say. So many beautiful things have been said already. So I will conclude with an Avatar Meher Baba Ki Jai.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Now we will close this program with the film, the part of the film East-West Gathering, and then we would request Sridhar Bhai Sahib to give vote of thanks at the end. So please do not run away when the film finishes. Just wait for 5 minutes more.
O East is East, and West is West, and never the twain shall meet, till earth and sky stand presently at God's great judgment seat. But there is neither East nor West, border nor breed nor birth, when two strong men stand face to face, though they come from the ends of the earth.
Computer was not supporting us. Patrick, you pass that, let him say. Huh?
Jai Baba. Since the last several years, I have been requested Mr. Gokarn to drop this formality of what is called a vote of thanks, because I do not know whom to thank. We are all here in His love. He has brought us together. And the only person whom we can thank is our beloved Baba, who has brought us all together here. Otherwise, there is no reason for us to come here and talk about him. When this program was started, way back, 14 years back, 14 years, yes, right. And as a member of the library committee, Gokarn has been always asking me to introduce the program and also give some concluding words, few words. To be frank, now age is catching up with me, and sometimes mid-sentence I forget what I'm going to talk next. Same thing happened to me on the first day when I introduced the program. I forgot to talk about his first gathering, though it's already in my notes. And to me, that is the most important event of my life, because though I did not attend the institution's gathering as an invitee, because I was not Baba lover at that time, did not know much, just to please somebody. When the last day, when Baba was giving the public darshan to each whoever came for darshan, somebody asked me, Baba is giving the darshan today, so would you like to come, you can have darshan. And just without any thought about his divinity or anything, just to please that person, I said, okay, I will come and have darshan. So when I had his darshan, I had absolutely no devotion or anything in my mind. And today, even today also, I wonder how I mechanically passed in front of him with the folded hands. But probably he had that glimpse on me, and he changed my life, I would say, forever.
So this is what happens. He gives an opportunity, he brings us together. Baba always says that when my lovers are gathered together in my remembrance, I'm always present there. So I'm 100% sure last 2 days he's also with us and watching us what we are talking about him. He must have been pleased that at least we are trying to think about him in more and more different ways, because as Ward Parks says, the deep ocean, it's very difficult to reach the bottom and find all the treasures. More and more we start going deeper and deeper, more and newer things we find, and that is the fun of life, I would say. And I appreciate all of you who have come here together and share their thoughts in various different ways about beloved Baba's words and work, I would say. And I also appreciate the team of technicians here who have been helpful to make us listen to these presentations and see the films on the screen. So, is Patrick, why did you run away? So with these words, I think I would say this, we come to the end of this program and we see the second part of this beautiful film and see our image on the screen once again. And as Cyrus mentioned, the first avatar where his physical form is before us. We are fortunate, all the avatars, we have the pictures, but do not know whether they're authentic pictures or painted by the imagination of the painter. But here, the physical form of the avatar is before us. So, no matter how many times we see that same film again and again and again and again, it is not satisfying, because we keep on seeing his form again and again. So I hope you enjoy the second part of this East-West Gathering film. And next programs also, as he said, we'll have 2 more.
1963 to 1966.
Okay.
So you can invite.
Yeah, the next program will be 1960 to 1966. And then it will be 1960 to 1969. And I do not know after that whether we'll be able to.
New generation will take.
Next generation will take up and they will continue this program, I believe, in days to come. But I request all of you to participate in these programs in more and more numbers so that the programs become fruitful, I would say. Jai Baba.
More information would be there and new generation will have new techniques. So that will be in a totally new way the series will start again. Jai Baba. So you are all invited for that. 1963 to 1966. Go on preparing the presentations.
O East is East, and West is West, and never the twain shall meet, till earth and sky stand presently at God's great judgment seat. But there is neither East nor West, border nor breed nor birth, when 2 strong men stand face to face, though they come from the ends of the earth.
1893, Swami Vivekananda travels to the United States to attend the World Parliament of Religions. 1894, Mewani Rani, later to be known as Avatar Meher Baba, is born in Pune, India. 1914, Hazrat Inayat Khan charters the Sufi Order of the West in London, England. 1931.
My object in coming to the West is intended to make people understand religion in its true sense.
Meher Baba travels to the West for the first time, visiting England and America. 1932 to 1937, Meher Baba visits Europe 10 times, America 3 times, China and the Far East. 1937.
I intend to bring together all religions and cults like beads on one string.
Meher Baba invites his Western lovers to live at his ashram in Nasik, India. 1952, 1956 and 1958, Meher Baba travels to America 3 times and Australia twice.
It is the coming together of East and West in the house of their Father.
In July of 1956, at the Meher Center in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, Don Stevens read out a message from Baba announcing the upcoming East-West gathering to be held after February the 15th, 1957.
When he completes the remainder of his seclusion, the next 5 months, then on February 15th, of 1957, he will come from seclusion and have a very large meeting in India. He will invite saints and other group heads and others of his followers in India to come to this great meeting. He will invite people from the West to come to this meeting.
With the planned meeting only a few months away, Meher Baba was involved in a serious car accident near Satara, India, on December the 2nd, 1956. He broke his right hip, leaving him unable to walk, and his proposed 1957 East-West meeting was cancelled. 1 year later, as Baba recovered, he again planned to hold a large gathering of those from both East and West at Guru Prasad in Pune. But Baba's continued health problems, resulting from the accident, again forced him to change his plans and instead to hold separate gatherings, one in India for the Easterners in February 1958, and a trip to America and Australia for the Westerners in May and June of the same year. The idea of the joint East-West gathering seemed to be dropped in the intervening years, but then in 1961 Baba again decided to arrange for a 7-day combined East-West Sahavas in May 1962. Preparations to make the necessary arrangements to find lodging for the 5,000 invited lovers from all over the world began, and Baba lovers were notified through circulars and family letters of the upcoming event. Baba then moved the gathering to November 1962 and reduced it from 7 days to 4. Finally, it was fixed. The long-awaited East-West gathering would be held from the 1st to the 4th of November, 1962. In a circular sent out on September the 20th, 1962, Baba stated, This November gathering will be uniquely different from any of the past Sahavasis or Darshans, and therefore any expectations, other than just being in my presence, would be an intrusion into the atmosphere that I desire, and would cause intruding to lose the real benefit of being in my presence. However, Baba's health wasn't at all good at the end of October 1962, and as the time for his long-awaited East-West gathering approached, Erich requested that Baba postpone it once again.
Baba was here at Meherabad. He would be lying down and suddenly his body would have a convulsive jerk and it would sort of get lifted up. And towards the end of October, more and more acute. And Erich was telling Baba, Baba, why not cancel this hour? We can postpone it, and your health doesn't seem to be too good. And Baba said, no, don't ever talk of postponing it. I must have it, and this, the time that I fixed, it should be on that day. Baba then fixed the time of departure to Pune, and he came about 10 days prior to the function. And Baba would come and sit in the Mandli hall with his head drooped on his chest like this, and Baba appeared totally exhausted. He was doing very high-powered work, it seems. Because, just at that time, two big crises came along in the world. In the West, there was the Cuban Missile Crisis, as it is known now.
Good evening, my fellow citizens. This government, as promised, has maintained the closest surveillance of the Soviet military buildup on the island of Cuba.
And in the East, the Chinese started to threaten the Indian side by amassing a huge army on the borders.
There are not many instances in history where one country, that is India, has gone out of her way to be friendly and cooperative with the Chinese government and people, and then for the Chinese government to return evil for good and even go to the extent of committing aggression and invade our sacred land.
There were these two crises brewing, and it seemed that Baba was working very intensely with all that. So he would be withdrawn when he came to see us, not take much interest in what was going on. And then he would say, I want to go back and lie down. So he had to be assisted up, I still remember. And two of the Mandli would literally support him while he just staggered to the door. And a wheelchair was there where Kaver and others were there to escort Baba to his bedroom on the east side. Every day we would watch this, and as the days approached, he was getting more and more feeble. There was hardly any color on his face. He looked very pale, almost ashen hue, and he looked extremely withdrawn, as if he was doing something on his own.
On the top of the hill stands the king's castle. Leaning up towards it are battalions of flowers weeping. For the king is in the dungeon sleeping. On the top of the hill castle seems to be dreaming, dreaming of the king's past lordship and his future glory. When in each heart is sung his matchless story, on the top of the hill the castle sparkles like a jewel. Its dream and the flower's grief is broken, for the king is preparing to speak the word that is to be spoken.
One day he just suddenly looked up, and we were all sitting there, and I remember he looked around and he seemed to be feeling quite well all of a sudden. And a big change we could see just right in front of us. And Baba brightened up. That day he got up without much support and walked his way to the door and went back to his room.
It was the fall of 1962. I went by way of Lebanon to see my family, and there I had the privilege of meeting Crown Prince Faisal, the son of Abdulaziz of Arabia. I accompanied my father to the suite where he was staying at the St. George Hotel in Beirut. During our audience, one of the prince's men would often come into the room and whisper something in his ear. The prince would nod and carry on with his conversation. After one such whispered message, Prince Faisal turned and said, "The Russians have turned back." It was the critical moment of the Cuban Missile Crisis that brought us to the brink of nuclear war, and at the same time, the Chinese army was invading northern India. I was booked to leave for Bombay a few days later to attend Meherabad's East-West gathering. These were pretty exciting times.
क्या तुमने सुना है पूरब का पश्चिम से अब मिलन होना है? क्या तुमने सुना है मेहर के प्रेमी को प्यार से भरने अपने इस मिलन ने आमंत्रित किया है? क्या तुमने सुना है?
हाँ, हमने सुना है।
क्या तुम भी हमारे साथ साथ चलोगे? हाँ चल रहे हैं हम साथ साथ तुम्हारे मेहर के बुलावे में होगा शामिल कोई देखेंगे वो हाँ नजरा अनोखा। क्या तुमने सुना है?
हाँ, हमने सुना है।
ये मौका फिर ना मिलेगा जो दिल ने तुम्हारे इसको खोया, इसको खोया, इसको खोया। से पश्चिम का मिलन जो ये होगा, होंगे मेरे प्रभु तब बीच हमारे। जीवन में बाते ये कोटे कुछ हर कदम वो साथ हमारे रहते हैं हर कदम।
क्या तुमने सुना है? हाँ, हमने सुना है। क्या तुमने सुना है? हाँ, हमने सुना है।
As the Eastern and Western lovers prepared for their departure to Pune, extensive preparations and arrangements were being made to house the 5,000 expected arrivals and to prepare the grounds of Guru Prasad in time for Baba's November the 1st Sahavas.
That 62 gathering was East-West gathering took place. So at that time, lots of duties were assigned to me. Big shed had to be erected, accommodating about 5,000 people. Behind that main bungalow, main palace. Nowadays there's no more palace, but behind the main palace there was a huge ground, about 500, 600, 700 feet in length. So he wanted the whole area to be, paved with earth, mud, and made consolidated, so that a big shed could be erected. Big shed could be erected for accommodation of about 5,000 people or so. And I designed it, and somehow the other, I did such a speedy job. And he says, the money is no consideration. The result is the consideration. So when I had that freedom, you see, I could get hold of the best labor, best material, from wherever I could, transport. By hundreds of lorry loads of earth used to come, then spread out and then consolidated, and within a few days, about less than a week or so, the whole mandap was done up. I used to be there on the job at 8 o'clock. Baba would immediately be there at about 8:30 or so, and he would see me, and then he would call me, how is the work progressing? So I said, Baba, I think it is a tough job, but I'll do my very best. Yes, you are doing your very best. I know, I can see that you are doing your very best.
And Baba announced that he would conduct meetings of all workers of Pune, along with a few close Baba lovers from Mumbai, to plan and finalize arrangements for the upcoming East-West gathering to be held in Guru Prasad in the first week of November. And Baba told all the group leaders to note down their assignments and also select the workers they would prefer to have with them. Baba said, now each group leader, having selected your own, you can now leave and start the work. Then the whole hall became empty, and I was the only one remaining sitting over there. So Baba surprised, looked at me, and Baba said, what are you doing here? Did nobody selected you for work? I said, no, Baba. So then you know what Baba said? Do one thing. In the mornings, you assist Mani, because she is going to film the whole program for 4 days. I tell you, Mani would climb right on top of Guru Prasad to take the movie of Baba lovers entering Guru Prasad, and I would tell Mani, why are you taking such a chance? Mani said, no, you be here. Only help me. If I need your help, I'll tell you. And so I would be with Mani for all the 4 days. I would carry all the rolls in a bag, because she would ask me when the spool would be over, I would supply money the spool and fit it in the camera and give it back to money.
That first day that we were to be with Baba, we all stood in line up the stairs of the porch and into the hall at Guru Prasad, and I began to get really nervous. At one point, I leaned out of the line, and I saw a white sadra and a pink shoulder. So I leaned out a little further, and suddenly Baba leaned all the way to his left and smiled at me. Well, my reaction was to jerk back into the line. He had caught me peeking. Every doubt and negative thought about being with Baba was brought to the forefront of my consciousness. I was ready to flee. Suddenly, I was at the head of the line. I could no longer hide or run. I stepped up and leaned over to embrace Baba. He gave me a warm hug and gestured back at Erich, who was momentarily distracted by one of the staff. Baba gestured towards me and some cane-back chairs, and Erich, who caught every intonation of Baba's, said, "Please sit down and be comfortable." My confusion and self-consciousness had dissolved with Baba's gesture. When he looked back at Erich and motioned, looking at me towards the chairs, there was full meaning and awareness of having been welcomed home, as if Baba had said, "Erich, pay attention. This is Khalid. I have been waiting for him." I love him. Tell him to sit and be comfortable. Later, when I told Murshidus about my reaction to Baba's gesture, she said, "What you experienced, dear, is called divine manner."
The bus stopped across the street from Guru Prasad and let us out. We went into the cool interior of a large hall. Murshida introduced us. We went to Baba for his embrace. His face had a quality that was unique, washed in an almost lavender glow, a delicate radiance. I was still in that embrace when Baba began to move back, but he immediately stopped. I felt awkward, clumsy, embarrassed that I'd been out of sync with him. This small incident was painful to recall, but gradually it changed. It became a precious point of intimate contact with him, and through it, I came to know things, to know that his love, impersonal and all-encompassing, is at the same time so intimate, so sweet, and as pure as the love of a child. This first embrace with Baba was followed by a second embrace the next day. How did it go? Was I more successful in being in harmony with him? That was keenly on my mind. I reminded myself, don't hold him too long. So the second time, when we embraced, I moved back before he did. As the Polish comedian said, timing is everything.
We were brought over, the bus that we came in, there was a really beautiful atmosphere. As soon as you walked into the hall, you could feel that Baba was in there. You couldn't even see him because there were people in front of you being greeted by Baba. So, and Edward said the same thing. He was very touched by the atmosphere of Baba's presence and love. And it was thick. It was like wading through. It wasn't just walking up. It was like you were wading through. Then we would sit around Baba. Everybody would sit around him. And this happened each day in the mornings. Each day you would come to Baba like that.
प्यारे चलो मेरे दरबार चलो मेरे